Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV, here to bring you more updates on the situation in the Middle East. Really appreciate you joining today. We got the live cams up. We're going to have some updates for you. We're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. Going to bring you any breaking news that happens. It is 9:42 Israel, Lebanon time. The world is still waiting to see how Israel responds to the Iran missile attack. It has now been 2 weeks since that missile attack. There's some reporting that suggests it might be a little longer until the Israeli response. So we're going to bring you some updates here. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. As Mark Mortimer says, I'm talking about a different story. The U.S. talking to Israel about letting aid into Gaza. We'll have to talk about that too. I'll get you updates on that. All right, let's go over what's going on. Hey, by the way, thanks to JVD and Fred Witherow for the gift memberships, and Sarah Bean, our new member. Shout out to our moderators, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, over on YouTube, Linda Belk and Larry on X. I really appreciate it. Also, our Twitch moderators. Are you hearing sound? Hold on a second. Why am I not getting... Let me make sure the sound is working on these shots. I got that fire and Surly Dev are moderating, thank you. I got to check the audio on these live shots. All right, so that's working. Okay, we don't need that one. Ah, good, okay. So this is the audio from the... That boom is from the border, eastern border area. Okay. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Ronald Egnor, thank you. Appreciate it. All of our mods, thank you. All right, so I got that audio working. Faytux News mentioned something that a Channel 12 reporter, Daphne Leal, reported. That's from Faytux News at FAYTUKS. Good person to follow for Middle East stuff. But the report from Israeli reporter Daphne Lyle? Daphne Lyle? Here's what she said. Daphne wrote, the preparation for a response against Iran. On Friday, a security consultation of the ministers was scheduled. On Sunday, the Political and Security Cabinet will convene. It is important to note authorizations can be made over the phone even before if necessary. So she's saying there seems to be a couple big meetings coming up on Friday and Sunday. You might think, well, I guess the Israel's not going to respond to Iran until after that. But she does say that authorization could be given before that. However, something to also note is what the Pentagon said today about the THAAD anti-ballistic missile defense system they are sending. So according to Israel, according to Barak Ravid, Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder said an advanced team of U.S. military personnel and initial components necessary to operate the THAAD battery arrived in Israel yesterday. Over the coming days, additional U.S. military personnel and THAAD battery components will continue to arrive in Israel. The battery will be fully operational in the near future. So if you think Israel's going to wait to respond to Iran, if you think Israel's going to wait until after the THAAD battery is operating, well, it looks like that's going to take at least a few more days. So something to keep in mind. Thank you, PVC, for your support, and thanks for shouting out the mods. Thank you also, IndyCar. Sounds like some gunfire. IndyCar says, since the huge strike is done... Hold on, we're hearing gunfire. Sounds like gunfire. Right? I assume that's from the border cam. Yeah, that's from the border camera. Gunfire from the border camera. What's that about? We usually don't hear it like that. We usually hear like machine gun fire. Wow. Yeah, small arms fire, Sabeli says. That's what it sounds like. That is the border camera. Huh. Turning it up as much as I can. Yeah, that is the border camera. Yep, I double checked. So we're hearing a bunch of this, sounds like small arms fire on the eastern border camera. It's a little windy there too. hear any reporting relevant to that, I'll let you know. Still going. Still going. Oh, someone says to be target practice. We usually don't hear that kind of gunfire, though. Unlogic says target practice at the edge of a war zone doesn't really make any sense. Well, we'll keep an ear out for that. Know what's going on with that. Oh, windy. Now it's windy. Now it's windy. Hold on. Gotta turn it down. That's enough. I don't want to turn it down too much because I want you guys to be able to hear what's going on there. Hey, thanks so much to Rick. Thank you to Rick D for the gift memberships. Oh, sorry, it's a little loud now. Now the wind all of a sudden picked up. See, more gunfire now. Thanks, Rick D, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Nancy C, our new member. Thank you, Kurt W9BBW. Who thinks something's going to happen after the election. That's what Kurt thinks. Thank you, IndyCar. Sorry for the crazy wind. Thank you, IndyCar, for your support. Also, thanks to The Guardian 1. IndyCar, I'm not sure what huge strike you're referring to. We're still waiting for the Israel response to Iran. Thanks, The Guardian 1. I appreciate that. Still hearing gunfire. Sorry. All right. Loud. By the way, we told you yesterday that the Washington Post reported that Israel had told the U.S. it would not hit Iran's nuclear or oil sites, that Netanyahu had told Biden that. Now, I don't know if that's true. That's what the Washington Post had reported. There's a similar report today in AP. Israel assures U.S. it won't strike Iranian nuclear or oil sites, U.S. officials say. So, AP reports that the Biden administration believes it has won assurances that from Israel that Israel will not hit Iranian nuclear or oil sites as it looks to strike back following Iran's missile barrage earlier this month, two U.S. officials said Tuesday. Now, maybe the U.S. officials who talked to the AP are the same ones who talked to Washington Post. The New York Times had a version of this story too today. The administration also believes sending a THAAD defense battery to Israel and roughly 100 soldiers to operate it has eased some of Israel's concerns about possible Iranian retaliation and general security issues. The Pentagon announced that THAAD deployment on Sunday to bolster Israel's air defenses. However, U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private diplomatic discussions cautioned that Israel's assurances are not ironclad and that circumstances could change. The officials also noted that Israel's track record on fulfilling pledges in the past is mixed and has often reflected domestic Israeli politics that have upended Washington's expectations. So make of that what you will. James says, if Israel doesn't strike those sites, what is the use of attacking Iran? Well, maybe they think that they could attack a lot of military sites, reduce Iran's missile capacity, for example, send a warning. I don't know what they're going to do. By the way, thanks so much to Rick D. Wow. Thanks, Rick, for your support and more gift memberships for Rick D. From Rick D. Thank you, Rick. And also David Newhall gave a bunch of people gift memberships. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. So nice of you. And Richard Foley, another donation from Richard Foley, who has been incredibly generous. Richard, thank you so much for your support. Richard Foley, and for the sticker, and also Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss says, I'm seeing conflicting reports on Israel embargo. One of the Israeli papers claimed that the U.S. was threatening to cut off arms to Israel. I'll have to show you something about that. I haven't read all the reporting about that. Nothing has happened at this point. Hang on, I want to go through this article too. N12 News reported this. Oh, hold on. Barak Ravid also reported it. Barak Ravid reports, he's with Axios. He says that Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Austin sent a letter to Israel demanding it take steps within 30 days to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza in order to avoid consequences in U.S. law for U.S. military aid to Israel. Now that doesn't say arms embargo. I just reposted the post on my X account. You can read it there. He has a supposed copy of the letter posted. letter says failure to demonstrate a sustained commitment to implementing and maintaining these measures may have implications for U.S. policy under MSM-20 and NSM-20 or relevant U.S. law. Although maybe the law says that they can't send arms if these policies aren't met. I don't know. Let me also check what the Jerusalem Post said. N12 News Israel said that the U.S. said it would impose an arms embargo on Israel if it doesn't resolve the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. By the way, quick thanks to Stephen Verhoeven from New Zealand. Thank you, Stephen. Much appreciated. And also Rick D. So nice of you, Rick D. Thanks. Another donation from Rick D. That's so nice of Rick. Thank you, Rick. Much appreciated. Also, thanks to PsyOps and Frukartofine and Sweetums for your support on Twitch. And thanks for subscribing, Zespoon. Also, thank you, Shaley Sunshine, for subscribing on Twitch as well. Let me get you guys, hang on a moment here. Here, I can read you something else about this story. U.S. tells Israel to improve Gaza humanitarian situation or risk military aid. That's from Reuters. Continue to hear booms from the northern border. The U.S. has warned Israel it must take steps in the next month to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza or face potential restrictions on U.S. military aid, U.S. officials said, in the strongest such warning since Israeli operations to root out Hamas militants began a year ago. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary Austin wrote to Israeli officials on Sunday, expressing concern over the deteriorating situation in the Palestinian enclave. U.S. officials said Tuesday. They said, we are writing now to underscore the U.S. government's deep concern over the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. Oops, there's a rocket alert. I'll get back to that, but there is a rocket alert of some sort. That rocket alert is... I don't have a camera there. There are a couple of rocket alerts going on in the central northern border, right here. Oopsie. At Netua and Shatula. That's on the SOFAR Red Alert app. I don't think either. I don't have any cameras in that central border area there. But that's where they are going on. So I will let you know if I hear anything about that. Anyways, continuing with that report from Reuters about the U.S. warning Israel it must improve humanitarian situation in Gaza or risk military aid. They say that the Secretary of State and Defense Secretary said, we are writing now to underscore the U.S. government's deep concern over the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza and seek urgent and sustained actions by your government this month to reverse this trajectory. And they said in a letter posted by an Axios reporter, probably Barak Ravid on X. Failure to do so, they said, could impact U.S. policy. Officials confirmed to Reuters that the letter is legit and said it had been sent to Israeli Defense Minister Gil Gallant and Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer. The letter is the clearest ultimatum yet to Prime Minister Netanyahu since the Gaza conflict began, raising the prospect of a shift in Washington's support for Israel. Washington has frequently pressed Israel to improve humanitarian conditions in Gaza since the war with Hamas began a year ago. The Biden administration has mostly declined to impose restrictions on the billions of dollars of military aid the U.S. sends to Israel, even after previous warnings over its conduct in the war were not heeded. The administration, which has consistently said it supports Israel's right to defend itself, appeared to balance its criticism of Israel's actions in Gaza with a strong show of military support by announcing Sunday, the same day as the letter, that it would send U.S. troops in an advanced THAAD anti-missile battery to Israel. Interesting. These reports come as Israeli forces expand operations into northern Gaza in recent days amid ongoing concerns about access to humanitarian aid throughout Gaza and civilians' access to food, water, and medicine. Reuters reported earlier this month that food supplies have fallen sharply since Israeli authorities introduced a new customs rule on some humanitarian aid and are separately scaling down deliveries organized by businesses. An expert that Reuters talked to, Seth Binder, said the letter showed some senior U.S. officials know that Israel is restricting aid, but have been bending over backwards to avoid enforcing U.S. law at the expense of Palestinian civilians. That expert is with the Middle East Democracy Center. Washington's provision of military assistance to Israel has prompted protests across the United States and made some groups leery of voting for Vice President Harris in the November 5th election. Dozens of Biden's fellow Democrats have also called for restrictions to be imposed on the military aid, although broad support for Israel remains in Congress. So we'll see. Sue D says Biden administration talking out of both sides of their mouth. Two Kills says no collective punishment. Space Fraggle says how can you make a certain demand if a new administration could take power? Clarence says the gunfire we were hearing calmed down. For the moment, it did. Jane Jones thinks Israel had been trying to restrict aid into Gaza since the beginning of the war. I think it was under Barack Ravid's post that somebody on X claimed that it's just a person commenting on X thought this was some kind of just for the election campaign to put this letter out there. That it was part of a. I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit of a way to go to say that the current cabinet members are doing something for the election campaign. But I don't know. Maybe they weren't, but that's why it was leaked. Maybe that's why the letter was leaked. I don't know. Maybe the Biden administration, somebody just wanted it out there that they're trying to do something about this. You could have the letter get written without connection to the campaign, but somebody connected to the campaign, maybe in the White House, might say, hey, it'd look good if this letter was released. That I don't know. Thank you to Dr. Seuss and John Diaz Thank you, John. And New Next, wow. And Rick D for more gift memberships. Rick D gave more gift memberships. Thanks, Rick D. Thanks to all of you. Hang on. Jane Jones says, I can't wait for the election to be over. Spark the Fire says, it makes sense to show an intent by letter. To follow through is another matter. Thank you also, Adi Chevres. That's so kind of you, Adi. Thank you. Bunch of updates I want to talk about. At some point we might watch, there were Pentagon briefings and State Department briefings today. So at some point I might show those briefings. A viewer had written to me earlier today and claimed they had seen a strike in the Beirut area earlier. Now, I didn't see it. I wasn't watching the whole time I was off the air, so I could have just missed it. I don't know if you guys saw that. Because there hadn't been one since Thursday. People are saying, yes, there was. I'm trying to find some reporting on it, maybe from Lebanese media. WEFR said, I saw smoke of what looked like one, but I couldn't find a report of such. Yeah, I haven't found any reporting on it. Just because there's smoke doesn't mean that there was an airstrike. Anyways, somebody actually has a report about the strike, let me know. Hey, thanks, Dr. Seuss. That's nice of you. Thank you, Dr. Seuss. I appreciate it. I want to go back to the thing we were talking about before. Someone said check live UA map, but I don't see any report of the strikes of Beirut strikes on live UA map either. I mean, they would cite a source, but I don't see a report of it there. So I don't know if it happened. I don't know if it happened because it hasn't happened in several days. Let's I want to go back and talk about this. I think this is important. So, well, a couple things about the timing of the Iran strike and what we're hearing about it and all that stuff. So again, the AP has a similar report today that the Washington Post had yesterday. Israel assures U.S. it won't strike Iran nuclear or oil sites. But it says that could change. Hey guys, I'll say it again. I say it. People keep asking. I don't have any Iran cameras. I've never had access to Iran cameras, and I don't expect to get any access to Iran cameras. Now, once in a while, if there's like a state funeral or something, they might make it available. But Iran is one of the most censorship-filled places in the world. It's one of the places with the least amount of press freedom in the world. So there are not independent news channels in Iran broadcasting out live shots of Iran. Also, the internet's tightly controlled there. Now, you can probably go around and maybe find a webcam here and there. I don't have permission to use those. But again, I've never had live shots from Iran. I don't have live shots from Iran now, and I don't expect to be getting access to any. So that is my answer to the Iran feeds question. I can't steal cameras, by the way. Okay. So according to AP, the Biden administration believes it has won assurances from Israel that Israel will not hit Iranian nuclear or oil sites as it looks to strike back following Iran's missile barrage. However, the U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity cautioned that Israel's assurances are not ironclad and that circumstances could change. The officials also noted that Israel's track record on fulfilling pledges in the past is mixed and has often reflected domestic Israeli politics that have upended Washington's expectations. The most recent example of that was last month, when U.S. officials were told by their Israeli counterparts that Prime Minister Netanyahu would welcome a U.S. and French-led temporary ceasefire initiative in Lebanon, only to see Israel launch a massive airstrike that killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah 2 days later. Netanyahu's office said, "We listen to the opinions of the United States, but we will make our final decisions based on our national interests." Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Austin and Secretary of State Blinken warned Israel in a letter dated Sunday that Israel must increase the amount of humanitarian aid being allowed into Gaza within the next 30 days, or Israel could risk losing access to U.S. weapons funding. The Middle East has been bracing for an expected response from Israel after Iran launched roughly 180 ballistic missiles on October 1st, 2 weeks ago, which the U.S. helped to fend off. The tit-for-tat strikes and uncertainty about whether Israel might strike strategically important energy and nuclear sites in Iran have raised fears about escalation into an all-out regional war. Biden has said he would not support retaliatory Israeli strikes on sites related to Tehran's nuclear program and urged Israel to consider alternatives to hitting Iran's oil sector. Such a strike on the oil sector could affect the global oil market and boost pump prices just ahead of the U.S. election. Center Gans says, meanwhile, the Americans are sending 100 soldiers to Israel to operate anti-missile defenses. Don't deploy to them if you're serious, I guess, about restraining Israel. That's what Cantor Gans says. The Washington Post suggested that part of the reason that the Biden administration gave the THAAD system to Israel is that the Israelis said they would not target the oil and nuclear sites. I don't know what Israel's going to do. Sparky thinks it will be within the next 72 hours. Thank you, Sparky, for your support. It has been 2 weeks now. Since the Iranian missile attack. 2 weeks. Just Jenny says, when will this stop? Lee Russell says, the longer Israel leaves it, the more it looks like an attack rather than a response. Interesting from Lee Russell. In April, it took 6 days to respond. It's been 2 weeks. Faytux found a new report from the New York Times. We're just at this stage where, like, there's all these reports about when it'll happen and what it'll happen, and I don't really put much weight on any of them anymore. You know, I mean, this is we've been down this road before in similar situations. So I'll certainly let you know. I appreciate Faye Tux posting that from the New York Times. But, you know, it's just at this point, it's like every day there's a new report about when it's going to happen and what it's going to involve. And it's like one source says one thing and another source says another thing. Mayor West says we've been down this road 100,000 times. But at a certain point, you just start hearing report after report after report. Yeah, you're hearing one or more drones on the border camera. And this, by the way, the New York Times has this similar article to the AP one and to the Washington Post one, which maybe is because the same people talk to all of them. The headline is Israel tells U.S. it won't hit Iran's oil or nuclear sites in next attack, officials say. Israel told the U.S. it will focus on military targets. Will it? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? It seems to me like maybe the same people have talked to all these different publications. Why they're talking to them, I don't know. The New York Times says that no final decision has been made, is believed to have been made. The New York Times says an Israeli retaliation could still be large, possibly prompting an Iranian response. Also, the Times says the officials said Israel's assurance is related only to its next attack, meaning it could still pursue more ambitious targets in future rounds of fighting with Iran. The Times says Israel could hit a wide array of military targets like missile and drone launchers, missile and drone storage sites, missile and drone factories, also military bases and major government buildings. Also, Israeli officials told the New York Times Israel could also strike nuclear research labs even if it avoids Iran's subterranean nuclear enrichment sites. I mean, it would make sense to me that Israel, given that Iran has attacked Israel with missiles and drones, and also I believe Iran sends drones to Hezbollah as well, who attacks and sends them to their militia proxy groups in Iran and Syria, who then fire, and Houthis in Yemen, who the Houthis in Yemen who then fire the drones at Israel. I could certainly see Israel going after stuff that is missile and drone related, because the missiles and drones from Iran are getting fired at Israel. JVD says there's fuel in a rocket, so that makes fuel a legitimate military target. Matt Shaughnessy says, could this be the calm before the storm? Matt, I think we've been hearing calm before the storm since 2 weeks ago. Ken Alloway said Hezbollah's Naim Qassem sounded as if there was a new leader in waiting. I didn't hear the speech. I'll try to find some reporting on it. Thanks, Ken. Jammer B says, I don't believe that under the current regime in Iran there could ever be peace between these two. I think Netanyahu is waiting for opportunities to take out the leader or leaders, take out the leader which hopefully brings peace. Would Israel target leaders? It's a good question. Maybe Israel won't just do one strike. The report in the Washington Post yesterday said an official told the an official told the Washington Post there would be a series of responses. I'm just checking for a couple updates here. Hearing a helicopter. That's what it sounds like. Mama Bonar says, calm before more calm. It's an interesting idea that our viewer had, that our viewer said something like, well, given that they've taken so long, you don't think it's going to be a small response. If it were going to be a small response, it seems like they could have done it a lot sooner. It's a fair point, I think. Thanks, Rick D, for your support. Thank you so much, Rick D. Thank you to Shlomi Sella, our member. Shlomi says, USA is holding Israel back for some reason. Oil? Hey, thanks to Scotty Scott. Thanks so much, Scotty Scott, for being a member. Good to see you, Scotty Scott. Thank you also, Chris, Canada, Quebec City. Chris says, who can think Israel would say we're not going to target nuclear and risk receiving a preventive attack from Iran? We'll find out when it happens. Thank you, Qbat, for gifting a sub. Thanks, Qbat. IDF said there was an exchange of fire. Didn't they post something like that before? Hold on a second. No, that gunfire report I think came out before we heard the gunfire. I mean, I don't know, but I was reading such a report while our gunfire was going on. So I don't think that's. I'll read you what the IDF said, but I had read that report before. When the gunfire was going on, I was reading that report because it had come out before then. Hang on, I'll look this up. When we started the stream, there was all this. It seemed like there was a lot of small arms gunfire on the eastern border camera. Yeah, also they say when this happens, hold on. Monash Regional Council. Yeah, that's not the right area. The Monash Regional Council is near the West Bank. Right. So the Israeli police issued a statement, and the IDF and Israeli authorities issued a statement saying that they thwarted 2 attempted terrorist attacks in the area of the Monash Regional Brigade, which is near the West Bank. That's not near our eastern border camera. They said they saw a suspect near the security fence, and they apprehended the terrorist who was armed with his handgun and a rifle. They also apprehended an individual in Jenin who was planning to carry out a terrorist attack, they said. So that wasn't this. They said these incidents were in the area of the, in the Monash Regional Council. I'll show you what they're talking about. That's the Monash Regional Council here, near the West Bank. It's not. Our camera is up here. The east border camera where we heard the gunshots is up here at Kiryat Shimona. That's where you're hearing that drone right now. Wow, Rick D gave 20 people memberships. Rick, so nice of you. Rick has given a lot of people memberships today. Rick, that is really kind of you. Thanks so much, Rick D. Give Rick D a thanks if he gave you a membership. Thanks, Rick. Also, Marnie gave a membership. Thanks so much, Marnie. Thanks also Miss Pac-Man 1974 and WEFRAM 1700 and Ori Deckel. Ori thinks Israel is keeping the massive attack to their next response. That's what Ori Deckel thinks. I just saw a rocket alert here. The newest rocket alert it's near Gaza. Interestingly, this latest rocket alert is near Gaza, at Nirim. We don't see many of these rocket alerts these days, but it's according to the SOFAR red alert map, it is just outside of Gaza, at Nirim. I don't believe I have a camera at that place either. No. Used to see a lot more of those rocket alerts around Gaza before the Gaza war. Official UFO hub says, what makes Israel hold back that long? Maybe they've been trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. Maybe they figured out but need to plan it. Maybe they figured it out but need to get, allies on board or work their allies. You can think of different reasons. It has been 2 weeks. Maybe they changed their mind on what to do. Supergram says, I was watching the AP about 5 hours ago. You could see 2 buildings on fire in Beirut. Yeah, so again, maybe there was. I just haven't seen it reported anywhere. Oh, the Beirut camera's moving, though. Why is the Beirut camera moving? Why is the Beirut camera moving? Hang on. The Beirut camera just moved. I don't know why. I will look at Lebanese press and see if there's anything being reported. I don't see anything right now. Yeah, I mean, some people said they saw stuff hours ago in Beirut, but I haven't seen any reporting of actual strikes. I mean, there could have just been a fire. There could have been things on fire. It's a big city. Millions of people live there, so I assume they do have fires in Beirut. But I'm not hearing that there has been any airstrikes there today. There hasn't been an airstrike in the Beirut area since Thursday. I don't know why the camera was moving. Banana Dough says, I think Israel will lay off Beirut for a bit. Thank you, Roy Zwart, for watching. PW360 reminded me that Fatux News mentioned that Khan News Israel claims that the Israeli political leadership has decided which targets to attack. I don't know if that's true. That's what Khan News reported earlier today. That was passed along by Fatux News at Fatux, F-A-Y-T-U-K-S. Yes, we just heard a boom. Oh, somebody saw something? Did you guys just see a rocket or something? I missed it. I was reading some stuff. Some people sent me time codes. Well, I can replay it. Oh, I saw a rocket earlier today. Where? I'm replaying what people sent me, and I don't see anything. What am I supposed to be seeing at 10:48:15? Oh. Looks like a rocket. But there's no alert. I don't know what that was. Is this one of these things where it's a weird camera thing? Let me show you guys this. Once in a while we see this kind of stuff. All right, look at this light right here. This was about 2 minutes ago. Thanks to the viewers for mentioning it. Watch right here. I feel like we see this stuff once in a while. Watch this. See that right there? I mean, it looks like a rocket or something, but there was no rocket alerts. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a weird camera thing or something. I don't know. You know, so oops. What can I say? I mean, I don't think it was a rocket because there's no rocket alerts. And I also don't think it was an interceptor. Could someone be launching a drone or something? Could Israel be launching a drone? UFO. A lot of people think it's a UFO. Aliens? Hey, thank you to Rachel Rivera, who thinks it's a UFO. Thanks, Rachel, for your support. Hey, thanks, Richard Foley. Richard, so nice of you. Thanks for the sticker and another donation from Richard Foley. So nice of Richard. Thank you, Scotty Wanner. Scotty gave a bunch of people gift memberships. It's very nice of Scotty. Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate that. Scotty Wanner. Also, Rain Wrapped, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks to our member 2A Steph. The mods can put the info about if you're interested in asking about being a mod. The mods will post that info. Wow, thanks also to Loving 50 and Beyond. Thanks so much for your support. Really nice of you. Loving 50 and Beyond. I appreciate that. Yeah, so 12, as I mentioned before, Faytux News had mentioned this. Khan News claims that the political leadership in Israel has decided what targets to attack, and now it's a matter of time. To repeat, every day, more of these reports. I don't know what to believe anymore. But they say that sources privy to the details say the goals can change even in the 90th minute. Also, Khan claims that the U.S. has been told by Israel the general idea of the attack, but not the specific targets. So who knows? Who knows? You know, I kind of want to play you what John Kirby had to say today. He is the National Security Council spokesperson. I think he spoke at the White House briefing today, maybe. Let me just check this up. I don't know that they did a briefing today. Maybe they didn't do a briefing today. When did he say it then? I guess there wasn't a briefing. When did he speak? Because I'm seeing him quoted. Maybe he gave like a briefing that was off camera. Reporter Laura Rosen quotes John Kirby today. I've seen this other places too. His quote. Laura Rosen quotes John Kirby today as saying, we, the U.S., have told Israel very directly we oppose their near daily strikes here in densely populated areas in Beirut. Now, the Beirut strikes have not gone on since last Thursday. So seems like that was kind of suddenly stopped. So that there was a report that claimed that was a political decision. I don't know. But there were so many strikes in the Beirut area, and then it just stopped all of a sudden. You know, guys, we're close to the election. What is it, 20 days? Gotta look it up. No, 21 days. 21 days. 3 weeks till the election. Of course, because it's Tuesday. 3 weeks till the election. Early voting is underway. I've seen some reports that a record number of people went to vote early in Georgia today. This is in the U.S. Mary B says, unbelievable, it's almost here. I mean, so we're certainly going to cover the election. You know, if there's, depending on how the news is, if there's less news from the Middle East, then I'll probably cover some more campaign news, you know. I'd like to, it's just, I'd like to do more election news. I just think at this point, so many people are covering it, and this is a little, to me, I think this, you know, for example, an Israeli strike on Iran, I think will be more important than, say, a campaign event from today. It's not the election yet. But if I get some time, I'll do some more election coverage too. We'll definitely cover it when it happens, no question. But maybe I'll be doing other coverage. If I weren't covering this, you know, for example, I'd be doing more election coverage. Amber says, I voted early in Virginia. Anyways, keeping an eye on it. Debbie, I don't know if it's very possible that the if it's a really close election, some states, because of the way they count the votes, some states are not allowed, for example, to count the input. They're not allowed to start counting the mail-in ballots in some states until like the night of the election. So it can take a little while in some states to get all the votes counted. And so if it's a really close election, we might not know that night. We didn't last time. Official UFO Hub says, will Israel conquer land to enlarge the buffer zone? Do you mean in Lebanon? I don't know if Israel's going to occupy land in southern Lebanon. It's a good question. PW360 also mentioned that Kylie Atwood had a similar quote from John Kirby today. She's with CNN, and she said, John Kirby said, we've made clear to Israel we oppose the bombing campaign that they have been launching over recent weeks in Beirut. We have seen strikes diminish in recent days, and we will continue to watch it very carefully. Oh, no. That wasn't John Kirby. That was, I think, in the State Department briefing. Maybe we'll look at that a little later. The State Department's Matthew Miller said, we have made clear to Israel we oppose the bombing campaign they have been launching over recent weeks in Beirut. We have seen strikes diminish in recent days, and we will continue to watch it very carefully. John Turpin says, if the U.S. is threatening to withhold weapons from Israel if they attack oil or nuclear sites, well, we have not heard that reported. We have not heard that reported. How can the U.S. have 100% ironclad support of Israel? The report is that, the report I read you before is that the U.S. is threatening to withhold weapons from Israel if Israel doesn't improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. That's what the reporting says. But I mean, what you're saying is if the U.S. is threatening to hold weapons from Israel if they attack oil or nuclear sites, now maybe they are in some sense, how can the U.S. have 100% ironclad support of Israel? Well, if you're saying, how can the U.S. have if you're defining 100% support of as doing whatever Israel wants to do and going along with it at all times, I don't think the U.S. has that for any country. I don't think any country has that kind of support from any country. I mean, any country's support of another country is going to have limits because it's a different country. So you might think that it sounds like you think that maybe the U.S. is not giving enough support to Israel that you think they should giving the alliance. But just to be clear, every country is not going to give, no country is going to give 100% blanket support to another country because it's a different country. They have different interests. But ultimately, if the U.S. threatens to withhold certain things from Israel, it just suggests that they feel very strongly about certain things. I mean, the U.S. feels very strongly, the Biden administration feels very strongly about the nuclear and oil sites because they don't want an escalation. And a big reason they don't want an escalation of the war is because that could seriously impact the United States. Thanks, John Turpin, for writing it. Feel free to say more, John. Gay issue, says the election. I mean, the administration is facing pressures from different sides, facing pressures for people who support Israel and facing pressure for people who feel that there's a humanitarian disaster going on in Gaza that's being caused by Israel and so forth. Paprika Pauline says they don't want their position in the election affected. Rao Brandywine thinks escalation is inevitable. Question is to do it before or after Iran gets the bomb. Nanok Q thinks BB will get his Iran nuclear sites one way or another. This is a multi-turn game. Voltron Mom says, I don't know why people pay more attention to what governments say rather than focusing on what governments do. No matter what the U.S. says, it will always support Israel. It's beneficial for our national security and foreign policy to always support and help Israel. Ecute says, I think Israel will bolster their air defenses before they attack Iran. Iran has promised a counterstrike. Hearing a loud drone on the eastern border feed. Excuse me. The Times of Israel reports that earlier today, all of a sudden, a couple of big booms on the border camp. The Times of Israel reports earlier today a policeman was killed and 4 people were wounded when a terrorist opened fire on the Route 4 highway north of the coastal city of Ashdod. All of a sudden, some big booms. I'll repeat that report again, by the way. Again, the Times of Israel says a policeman was killed and 4 people were wounded when a terrorist opened fire on the Route 4 highway north of the coastal city of Ashdod in Israel today. The Times of Israel says reports say that the terrorist was a 28-year-old who entered Israel illegally from the West Bank. And that the suspect was originally from Gaza and then resided in the West Bank. The booms we recently heard were, I would think, either tank or artillery fire. They were on the northern border. Hey, thanks to our new member Ape. I really appreciated Ape. Thank you. Thanks to our new member X Flensberger. Thank you, Juan Cabrera, for your support. Thank you, Juan. And Dodger Blue, thank you. I hear a siren. John Turpin, our reviewer, says the humanitarian issue is very serious, but how do you defeat an enemy that uses civilians as human shields and places weapons and other weapons of terror in people's homes, schools, and businesses? The killing of innocents is wrong no matter the sign. Thank you, John, for writing in. That was not a rocket alert, by the way. That's just a siren. Oh, somebody had mentioned a speech given by a Hezbollah figure today. I want to talk about that for a second. Hezbollah's acting leader says group is focused on hurting Israel. Hezbollah's acting leader declared today that the Lebanese militant group is focused on hurting the enemy by targeting Haifa and other parts of Israel, including Tel Aviv, says AP. Sheikh Naim Qassem, Hezbollah's deputy chief, vowed in a televised speech to defeat our enemies and drive them out of our lands. It was his third appearance since Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed in an airstrike by Israel. Oops. Hold on a second here. You know, we were reporting also on an airstrike yesterday in northern Lebanon by Israel, in an area where a Christian area where they have not been striking before. And there's an update here from AP on that. It says the UN Human Rights Office called for an independent probe into an Israeli airstrike that hit an apartment building in Aito in northern Lebanon, killing at least 22 people, including 12 women and 2 children. Israeli strikes continued today in the southern Gaza Strip, killing at least 15 people overnight, including 6 women and 2 children. Palestinian. Oh, this is the southern Gaza Strip. So I was just updating you about Lebanon, but Israel also continues airstrikes in the Gaza Strip. In northern Gaza, where Israel has been waging an air and ground campaign in Jabalia for more than a week, residents said families were still trapped in their homes and shelters. I'd like to get you some more reporting on what the Hezbollah official said today. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned calls for a ceasefire. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. Hezbollah says it will cause Israel pain, but also calls for a ceasefire, says Reuters. Let's mention this. Well, hold on a second. I might have something to show you on this. Have a little video about them too. Reuters also says Hezbollah is preparing for a long war of attrition in South Lebanon after Israel wiped out its top leaderships. I'm going to have to show you this video about Hezbollah. It's interesting. We're going to watch that in a second. What is this one? Couple videos to show you. I want to mention this though. So Hezbollah's deputy chief Naim Qassem said today that Hezbollah will inflict pain on Israel, but he also called for a ceasefire as a conflict rages between Hezbollah and Israel in South Lebanon. Israel has been turning up the heat on Hezbollah since it began incursions into the region after killing Hezbollah leaders and commanders, including Hezbollah's veteran Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah last month, in the biggest blow to the group in decades. The deputy chief of Hezbollah said today, "The solution is a ceasefire. We are not speaking from a position of weakness. If the Israelis do not want that, we will continue. But after the ceasefire, according to an indirect agreement, the settlers would return to the north and other steps will be drawn up." So, the Hezbollah deputy leader bringing up the possibility of a ceasefire today. There was no immediate comment from Israel, which says its operation in Lebanon aims to secure the return of tens of thousands of Israeli residents forced to flee their homes in northern Israel because of Hezbollah attacks. The Hezbollah deputy leader Qassem said Hezbollah reserved the right to attack anywhere in Israel because its enemy has done the same in Lebanon. He says more Israelis will be displaced in hundreds of thousands. Even more than 2 million will be in danger at any time, at any hour, on any day. We will focus on targeting the Israeli military in its centers and barracks, he said. Israel has now issued military evacuation orders affecting more than a quarter of Lebanon, said the UN Refugee Agency today. The figures underscore a heavy price Lebanese are paying as Israel tries to destroy the Iran-backed militant group's infrastructure in their conflict, which resumed a year ago when Hezbollah began firing rockets at Israel in support of Hamas at the start of the Gaza war. The UN Refugee Agency's Middle East director said new Israeli evacuation orders to 20 villages in southern Lebanon meant over a quarter of the country was now under Israeli military evacuation order. Another boom there on the border. Regarding the strike in the Christian-majority northern Lebanon town of Aitu, where an apartment building was struck by Israel, and reportedly 22 people were killed, including 12 women and 2 children, says the UN Human Rights Office. Rescue workers were still pulling bodies out of the rubble in Aitu on Tuesday, local media reported. Israel has not commented on that strike, but it says it takes all possible precautions to avoid civilian casualties. Hey, thanks PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you. Also, Lynn Huey, thanks for your support, Lynn Huey, thank you. I was going to show you guys along. This article had a couple videos in it. I wanted to pass this along, show you. Oops. Hezbollah says it will cause Israel pain, but also cause for ceasefire. There's a video here about Hezbollah I wanted to show you in the article. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. I need to put it up on the screen here. Here's a video from Reuters about Hezbollah, but I need to turn down the volume on the screen of the live shot so you can hear the video. But I want to watch the video for a second. It's not a long video, but I do want to watch it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Here we go. I'm going to put it up on the screen so we can check it out. You'll see it in a second. There it is. Let's watch this. But I need to turn the volume down for a second. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Oops. Sorry. That's not what I want to do. I'll turn the volume up after, but let me do this right now. Here we go. Here's the video. Let's check this out.
Hezbollah is preparing for a long war of attrition in South Lebanon after Israel wiped out its top leadership, according to two sources familiar with its operations. 3 weeks of devastating Israeli blows have diminished Hezbollah's capabilities. But a new military command now directs rocket fire, like this strike on a northern Israeli town and the conflict with Israeli troops now on the ground in southern Lebanon, they said. The operations room was set up 72 hours after the group's leader Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was killed, a Hezbollah field commander and a source close to the group told Reuters. The field commander described the command centre as a narrow circle in direct contact with the field, and said it operated in total secrecy. After Reuters published that information, Hezbollah's media office issued a statement saying the information attributed to a Hezbollah field commander was false, adding that there are no sources in Hezbollah. Hezbollah has not named a new leader after Nasrallah, with the most likely successor also killed.
What Hezbollah needs now is
Andreas Krieg of King's College London said the Iran-backed group was operating as a decentralised guerrilla movement.
And so we'll see different cells operating more or less autonomously from the central core. And this way they're a very resilient fighting force, because even though Israel has severely degraded the strategic leadership, operational leadership of Hezbollah, they've also degraded the communication system. The different cells of the guerrilla movement are still operating fairly well.
Hezbollah's war of attrition would depend on its tunnel network, which Israel says extends for hundreds of miles. Israel's military released this video footage, which Reuters couldn't verify, said to show deep tunnels captured by its soldiers. The Hezbollah field commander called the tunnels the foundation of the battle. Mohanad Haj Ali of the Beirut-based Carnegie Middle East Center.
We haven't seen any sophisticated strikes against the tunnel system so far, which suggests that Hezbollah will maintain an ability to strike against Israeli forces in the south, even as Israel uses immense firepower and massive destruction against towns around the border region. So I think the question of how will Hezbollah resist and how strong will the pushback be is banking on whether Israel has any more surprises up its sleeves, or we've moved beyond that, and now it's a regular ground invasion of which Hezbollah is fully prepared and will inflict casualties on the Israeli side.
Israel says its strikes have severely depleted Hezbollah's arsenal and killed hundreds of fighters. But the group still has a considerable stockpile of weapons, and it has yet to use its most powerful precision missiles, four sources familiar with its operations said. Krieg of King's College London again.
I think Hezbollah is holding back ballistic missiles for a kind of time of no return, if you will. These are the weapons of last resort, which is surprising considering that Hezbollah is under immense pressure.
Israeli officials have said Hezbollah has been firing 100 to 200 missiles and rockets a day on average, and not the thousands expected, which shows significant weakening. It says its operations in Lebanon are aimed at securing the return of tens of thousands of people displaced from their homes in northern Israel. more than 1 million Lebanese have been displaced, according to Lebanese authorities. Hezbollah is preparing for a long war of attrition.
That was interesting. A couple especially interesting things about that video. They said that experts had expected Hezbollah to be firing thousands of rockets and missiles a day at Israel, and they've only been doing like 1 to 200, showing that they've been degraded. Also, interesting, the video said from Reuters that Hezbollah has been holding back and has not been using its long-range precision missiles, its best, most threatening weapons yet, which is also interesting. So I thought that was an interesting video. There was another one I was going to play you too, a shorter one. Also talking about how, yes, their leadership has been really degraded by all of the Israeli strikes and assassinations, but they still are able to operate. They're still able to launch rockets, for example, at northern Israel. A Hezbollah drone strike killed 4 Israeli soldiers a couple days ago, I think it was. All right, the other thing I wanted to show you real quick is it's just like a 2-minute video. I mean, I don't know. Mario says, so Hezbollah is strong. I mean, strong depends on how you define strong, but they're not completely defeated. There's like just a shorter video on people who have been forced to leave Lebanon by this fighting.
Bombing
So let me just show you
and
something
airstrikes
about
are
that.
forcing hundreds of thousands.
All right, here's this other, again, this is a video from the same article from Reuters, and it's a shorter video, but I wanted to take a look at this as well. Here we go.
Bombings and airstrikes are forcing hundreds of thousands of people to flee Lebanon as the Israeli military battles the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah in the ongoing conflict. At the Masna border crossing between Lebanon and Syria, Amal Ismail's 18-year-old son is leaving to seek a future she says Lebanon can no longer offer. It's a painful farewell for Ismail. My son, she says. This country has no future. It left nothing for the youth. Her younger daughter plans to leave when she reaches 18 too.
This is my only brother. I don't have any other but him. He went to continue his education and I will follow him after 4 years. There's no future in Lebanon anymore.
These families are all also leaving for Syria. The crater they have to cross, caused by an Israeli strike on October 4th, is a stark reminder of the dangers they now face in Lebanon. This father of 5 says his family decided to leave after surviving some near misses.
I have children. You can't just stay where you are. We tried going to another place. We moved from Baalbek, where they hit near my house. We had to leave again. I have children. We can't stay. We are going to Syria because it could be safer than where we are.
The United Nations Humanitarian Response Agency said on Saturday that more Lebanese have now been displaced than during the last major war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. Around 1 million people fled their homes back then. On Monday, the head of the United Nations Refugee Agency said 270,000 people had already fled Lebanon for Syria and warned the displacement crisis could get worse.
Syria has opened the doors to all those fleeing Lebanon. Both Lebanese refugees and Syrian returnees in Syria need immediate relief assistance.
Filippo Grandi was speaking in Geneva at the annual UN Human Rights Commission meeting. He reported an unprecedented 123 million people now displaced around the world by conflicts, persecution, poverty and climate change. Grandi urged countries to rethink their border measures, saying tightening them is an ineffective move and sometimes unlawful. Bombings and airstrikes are
Okay, so just wanted to show that. I mean, you can forget when you're watching, the explosions and hearing the politicians that these conflicts just have huge, enormous impacts on so many people. About a quarter of the population has been displaced. They said about, sounded like around 5% of the Lebanese population has actually gone to Syria, fled to Syria. But you see the people like carrying, suitcases on their heads and stuff, so with their kids and stuff. So it's sad that that it affects people this way, and that we've seen the pictures from Gaza too. Whatever side you're on or anything, it's just you have a lot of civilians getting really negatively impacted by this. So I thought that was an interesting video to watch. All right, let me turn the volume back on our cameras. I'll keep the volume highest on the eastern border camera. That's the one where we're hearing the most. Hang on, give me 1 sec here. Gotta fix something. We're hearing some animals howling again on the border. Kind of in the distance. Nanok Q thinks Middle East has no future in general, not just Lebanon. In the grim dark, there is only war. They're the animals. W. Bester says there are real people living this horror. Rain Tarrant says at least Syria is letting them in. A quick thank you to Yo-Yo. Hey, Yo-Yo gave a bunch of people gift memberships in the chat. That's really nice of Yo-Yo. Thanks, Yo-Yo. And Papa Zulu also, PZ Papa Zulu also gave gift memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thanks to Sweetums for your support on Twitch. I want to shout out our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. Over there on Twitch, I got that Fire Market NC and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body moderating over there. Margaret Riley. Thank you for modding. Beth Shepard. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Ronald Egner on Facebook. Also, thanks for modding. Oops. As we hear a boom from the northern border. Beth Mythical is modding. Thank you, Beth. And Sabrina. Thank you for modding. Roberts May Queen, thank you. Thanks so much to Richard Foley. Thank you, Richard, for the sticker and for all your support. Thank you, Richard. I really appreciate that. Richard Foley, thank you. Now we have more firing going on in the north. Gabriel Sterling, who is the who works the COO for the Georgia Secretary of State. He says, as of 4 p.m., we have crossed the 250,000 mark of voters in Georgia. Stephen Fowler, who's a Georgia reporter, says about 5% of 2020's total Georgia turnout in just 9 hours. So a big showing on the first day of early voting in Georgia. The Georgia Secretary of State says as of 3:30 p.m. today in Georgia, more people had voted than on any day of early voting in 2022. Now, this is a presidential election year, but still really big numbers in Georgia. Kelly Smith says that's an impressive percentage in that time frame. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. This elections analyst, Daniel Nikanian, who I follow, points out, though, that there will be a lot. He says he thinks that there'll be less mail voting this year than 2022 because there was still pandemic stuff then, and also it has been made harder to mail vote in Georgia since 2022. Still big numbers, though. WEFR mentioned to me that Faytux News found a report from, where is this even, from Israel's Channel 12, that says Israel is conducting sensitive coordination with countries in the region ahead of their response to Iran. Channel 12 says Israel is completing its preparations for a possible attack on Iran. Channel 12 Israel says in a security discussion attended by Prime Minister Netanyahu and the defense minister, various response scenarios were presented. They also point out for the last 5 days there have been no Israeli attacks in southern Beirut or in Beirut itself. I mean the southern Beirut suburbs where so many of the airstrikes have been happening. I think I had seen this. The Prime Minister of Lebanon, I saw a report that the Prime Minister of Lebanon said he had heard from the U.S. that there would be less attacks in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Let me see if I can find this. I thought I saw something about that before. Yes, look. U.S. assured Lebanon that Israel would ease Beirut strikes, Lebanese Prime Minister says. That's the Lebanese caretaker Prime Minister Nijab Mikati. So Reuters says U.S. officials assured Lebanon that Israel would tamp down its strikes on Beirut and its southern suburbs, Lebanon's caretaker prime minister said today. During our contacts with American authorities last week, we received a kind of guarantee to reduce the escalation in the southern suburbs in Beirut, he said in a statement distributed by his office. He did not provide further details on the assurances, but said Washington was serious about pressuring Israel to reach a ceasefire. Israel has not struck the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital since late last week, after hitting the area on a near-nightly basis for weeks in attacks that destroyed buildings and killed scores of people. A number of senior figures from Hezbollah have been targeted in the area, including Hassan Nasrallah. Makati said international efforts were still underway to reach a ceasefire that would put an end to hostilities between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. The hostilities had been playing out along Lebanon's southern border with Israel since October last year, in parallel with Israel's offensive in Gaza that was triggered by Hamas's attack on southern Israel. In recent weeks, Israel dramatically escalated its bombing campaign of Lebanon, including Hezbollah's strongholds of South Lebanon, the southern suburbs of Beirut, and the eastern Bekaa region. Other regions of Lebanon have also been hit. Yes, Jason Razor Motion, the footage is live. Mary B says, thinks tonight or tomorrow night there will be an Israeli strike. I don't know. I'm not just, I don't know for sure. I'm just not, from the reporting we're seeing, it just, the vibe doesn't feel to me like it's happening tonight. We're not really hearing any reporting on it, but also the thing about the THAAD missile system. I mean, the U.S. says it's sending this important anti-missile defense system, this THAAD system. And the Pentagon literally said today that that the system was partially there but not fully there, and it was going to get set up in the coming days. It could be a ruse, though. Maisie says that could be a ruse. Yeah, here's the statement by the Pentagon. Oh, hold on. There's a rocket alert. There's a rocket alert right now. The rocket alert is in. Where is it? Hold on. What happened to it? The rocket alert is in northwestern border, kind of near Nahariya. It's in. I'll show you. Northwestern border, up here, according to so far, red alert. I have a Nahariya shot that I might be able to quickly get on the screen. Maybe. I don't know if I can in time. I'll try. I'll try to put it up right in the middle here. It would be right here. Uh-oh. They lost the shot. The shot isn't there anymore. Nope. The shot just ended. So I can't bring you the Nahariya shot. Sorry about that. Well, I'll let you know if I hear anything. But again, that's where the rocket alert is, kind of near the northwestern border with Lebanon. That's from the so far red alert map. Hey, thanks, Alf. Alf said, thanks for covering this. I hope we're not watching South Korean live cams in the near term. Yeah, people have been messaging me about the North Korea thing. You know, North Korea and South Korea have tensions every once in a while. I don't see any evidence they're going to be fighting soon. There's these tensions about these drones that South Korea has been sending over North Korea, and then North Korea blew up some roads that weren't being used anymore. I don't want to overdo it. I'm not seeing experts say they think that the North Korea and South Korea are going to start fighting soon. So I don't want to overdo that. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to spend more than a minute on this. But AP says, North Korea blows up parts of Indo-Korean road and rail links in a symbolic display of anger. In a symbolic display of anger, North Korea today blew up the northern sections of unused road and rail routes that once linked it with South Korea, with the rivals exchanging threats days after the North claimed the South flew drones over its capital. The choreographed demolition underlines North Korea's growing anger against South Korea's conservative government. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has vowed to sever relations with South Korea and abandon the goal of achieving peaceful Korean unification. Observers say it is unlikely that Kim Jong-un will launch a preemptive large-scale attack on South Korea because of fear that an almost certain massive retaliation by the more superior forces of the United States and South Korea would threaten North Korea's survival. In response, the South Korean military said its military fired warning shots within southern sections of the border as it bolstered its readiness and surveillance posture. Again, there doesn't seem like any kind of fighting is imminent there. If that changes, I'll certainly let you know. AP says North Korea has accused South Korea of infiltrating drones to drop propaganda leaflets over Pyongyang 3 times this month and threatened to respond with force if it happened again. South Korea has refused to confirm whether it sent drones, but warned that North Korea would face the end of its regime if the safety of South Korean citizens is threatened. Thank you to, hey, wow, Yo-Yo gave 50 people memberships. Wow. Yo-Yo, that's incredibly generous of you. Yo-Yo gave 50 people memberships in the chat. Make sure you thank Yo-Yo or anybody else who gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Wow. Sorry, that was a few minutes ago. I missed that. Also, thanks to Richard Foley for another sticker. I really appreciate that, Richard. Thank you. I think I might have thanked you for that one before, but I thank you anyway. Again, Richard. Thank you also to the Vladinator for your support. The Vladinator says, remember that THAAD can only shoot a limited number of missiles per half hour. I think around 48 or something. In scheme of things, if Iran retaliates with 1,000 missiles and drones, thus this is why escalation is bad. Yeah, so the Vladinator is pointing out that the THAAD system usually has about 6 launcher vehicles that have roughly, I believe, 8 interceptors each. So at one time it could shoot down around 48 missiles. Now in the last attack, Iran launched a couple, close to 200 missiles, and they could in theory launch more. So certainly that THAAD system is not, going to completely negate Iranian missile capability, missile threats. But it's supposed to, it's I'm not an expert, but it's a high-end advanced system. Thank you, the Vladinator, by the way. Oh, I was going to read you the Pentagon statement on the THAAD system. There's an update today from the Pentagon press secretary. Yesterday, October 14th, an advanced team of U.S. military personnel and initial components necessary to operate the THAAD battery arrived in Israel. Over the coming days, additional U.S. military personnel and THAAD battery components. THAAD battery is all the equipment and vehicles and everything needed. Over the coming days, additional U.S. military personnel and THAAD battery components will continue to arrive in Israel. The battery will be fully operational capable in the near future, but for operation security reasons, we will not discuss timelines. The deployment of the THAAD battery to Israel underscores the U.S. commitment to the defense of Israel and to defend Americans in Israel from any ballistic missile attacks by Iran. So, Woo Lads thinks 4 more weeks until Israel responds to Iran. So if you think that Israel's going to wait till the THAAD battery is set up, then you think it's going to be at least several days. Sly Tomato thinks nothing will happen till after the election. Cyan Brown says they must be planning something massive to anticipate needing that amount of defense. Ruth Krafasi, thanks for modding, Ruth. She says, let's hope it's not election week. Thanks to Gordon CA for the gift membership. Thanks, Gordon. And also Gordon in CA. Gordon in Canada. Thank you, Gordon. Also, Bobby C. Thanks for the gift membership, Bobby C. Also, thank you to Nellie from Australia for your support. Thank you, Nellie. Mark G says, I've been saying the longer the wait, the stronger the response will be. What happened here? Hold on, hold on. Al Arabiya says one person was killed in a fire at an oil refinery in Iranian Khuzestan. Yeah, guys, just if there's a fire in Iran at an oil refinery, that doesn't mean that Israel is attacking Iran. Iran is a big country with a big oil industry. I assume fires do happen there. So I would not read too much into that. Iran International English reports that the fire at the Iran's Petro Shustar refinery erupted after a tank truck collided with petroleum tanks, the governor of Shustar said. They actually have a video of it. It does not look like a gigantic fire. I will post a link to their post right now with a video of the fire, supposedly. It doesn't look that big. So no, I don't think that has anything to do with the Israeli response. Did the link get posted? I just posted it. Yes, it did. WEFR sent me another video posted of the fire. I mean, there's a lot of smoke and stuff, but again, guys, not everything that happens in Iran means that Israel is attacking Iran. Hey, thank you so much, Alf. Alf thinks THAAD was already set up in advance, even though the Pentagon is saying it's not set up yet. That's what Alf thinks. Thank you, Alf, for your support. I have no idea. I mean, you are accusing of the Pentagon of lying, though, because the Pentagon literally released a public statement today saying it wasn't set up yet. Thank you so much, Alf. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thanks to KC Veteran, our member, and also Bruce Kaiser, who thinks Biden is telling Netanyahu publicly seek a ceasefire and privately you go. Thank you, Bruce. Just checking for updates here. I'm not even seeing, since we came on the air, I'm not, well, I just saw 20 minutes ago, there was a report of an Israeli airstrike in Lebanese news media on Qaim. Qaim is a bit north of the border. I'll show you on a map. There's Qaim right there. So, about 20 minutes ago, a Lebanese news outlet said there was a strike on Qaim. Also, interestingly, about a half hour ago, Lebanese media said there were heat balloons over the port city of Tripoli in Lebanon. Lebanon has a port city of Tripoli. I'll post a link to that. I don't know what that's all about. Heat balloons or thermal balloons. Oh, it's like a flare, I guess. I guess it's a flare. If you look at the picture, I just posted a link to it. It's from like a half hour ago. It's like of a flare over Tripoli. Tripoli is in northern Lebanon. It's on the coast there. Tripoli. So I guess there were flares there about a half hour ago. I don't know why. Maybe Israel's doing stuff there. I did see at one point today, right before we came on the air, there was a camera from Tyre, Lebanon, which is about 10 miles from the Israeli border. I did see what appeared to be a rocket get fired on that camera. I don't have access to that camera right now, though. JVD thinks the flares are to light the sky for incoming drones. I don't know. Pike thinks that's not for illumination. Well, Israel does launch flares. And when I look at that photo from the Lebanese news outlet LBCI that I just posted in the chat, it does kind of look like a flare. Oh, a rocket alert of some sort. There's been a few since we've been on the air. This latest one is, why does this keep happening? Why does that keep happening? Hold on. Give me a moment here. Oh, we might hear sirens on the camera. It's right near, it's to the east of this camera. So keep an ear out on this camera that you're watching right now. You might hear sirens or see interceptors. Oops. You might hear sirens or see interceptors because the rocket alert is close to this camera. I thought I just saw a flash on the right, on the lower right. I saw a little something there on the border. Maybe it was just a car. Might have been a car. I'll have to look at that again. People saw 2 flashes there. Anyways, the rocket alert is to the east of this camera, but in Kfar Sold and Shir Yeshuv, but we haven't seen anything on the camera or heard sirens. All right, I'll replay those flashes. Some people said there were 2 flashes. 1, 2. I saw 2 of them. I just saw 2 of them. I don't know if something hit the ground or what. I wonder, could that have been rockets or rocket debris hitting the ground? Possibly. I'll show you in a second. The first one was at like 12:11:36. It looked like some sort of explosions. I saw 2. Let me show you guys what happened. All right, watch. This is from before. Watch, you'll see one here and then one here. Watch what happens here. Flash, flash. I'll play it again. Flash, flash. Flash, flash. See those? I'm not sure if the camera, I'm not sure exactly which, it's towards the border, but that could mean it's in a, it could be east, could be west, it could be north, I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm not sure what that was. There's a third after that, but maybe that could be a strike in Lebanon right across the border. There was a third one on the right. What time was the third one? I didn't see it. What time was the third one? Can you give me a time code for the third one? Can you give a time code for the third one? Red Siskin thinks maybe there was no interception because it fell in unpopulated areas. Maybe. Just heard a little announcement in the distance there. Is that an interception? But yeah, I mean, if rockets are going to land in open areas, they will let them land and not shoot them down. Maybe those were rockets that landed in open areas. It's an interesting idea. Interesting idea. The border it's Kiryat Shimona is where we're looking. Kiryat Shimona. All right. Well, I'll see if I find any reporting about what that was. I will see. I do want to get this back up on the screen. Just so you can see that stuff. Just checking for updates here. I don't have updates about the rocket alerts that we heard. I'll let you know if I do. As of 11 p.m. tonight, so that was about an hour and 15 minutes ago. It's now 12:18 a.m. But as of 11 p.m. Tuesday night, Hezbollah had fired approximately 95 projectiles. Not that many. I mean, there have been some days it's been in the multiple hundreds the last couple weeks. So 95 is not that many. That's how many were fired. Basically, it's, I mean, there might be some missiles. Most of that's going to be rockets, though. Not all. 95 projectiles fired by Hezbollah into Israel as of 11 p.m. Tuesday night. Mike says that's because they're running out. I don't know that they're running out. Maybe the places they launched them from are places that are getting hit with airstrikes, or that, you know, or have been, maybe they've been moved away from the areas where they normally launch them. Maybe the stock in the places where they normally launch them has been reduced. Thank you, HH, for your support. I appreciate it, HH. Thank you. Maybe we'll do a poll about when you think Israel will respond. All right, we're doing a poll now. We haven't done one yet, so we'll do one. Okay, I'm posting it right now. See what you guys have to say. So windy. So windy. Another rocket alert. The latest rocket alert is in. Another rocket alert not far from this camera. A little bit north of this camera. Oh, there's an interceptor. Interceptor just went up. We just saw an interceptor go up. We just saw the interceptor fly up. You just saw it. Did you see it go up? And we're hearing the interception right now. We just saw the interceptor go up and we heard an interception. We saw it on the screen. I'll replay that, but you got to see it live. Wow. Siren. Now you're hearing sirens in the distance. Couple of alerts in this area. You're hearing some sirens right now? I don't know if any other interceptors are going to get fired, but we just saw one. Wow. I'll replay it in a second, but I don't want to miss anything live. I gotta find when it happened. I got it. I found it. No, it's an Israeli interceptor. Sorry about the wind. We saw the Israeli interceptor, the Iron Dome interceptor, shot up to take down the rocket. That's what we saw. Then we heard the interception, I think. Thank you so much to Wildcat Mahone. And thanks for the recommendation. Wildcat Mahone. Hang on, I'm going to replay it in a second here. Specific Gravity, thanks for your support. Asked about mugs. Yeah, there are mugs. The mods will post the merch link, but if you look at the merch link, there are mugs there. One of the if you click on the merch link, you'll see that one of the stores has the mugs in them. It's Zazzle. There's usually coupons available for Zazzle too. So if you think of getting one, look around, look, see if there's any, see if you can find any coupons. Yeah, I mean, it's literally right. It's like the fourth line down on the merch list. Thanks for asking. Specific Gravity. Oh, more rocket alerts? I didn't see any more rocket alerts. No, there's not any new ones. Let me replay the I'm going to show you when we saw the interceptor go up. Watch this. This is from before. Watch the interceptor go up. Right there. See, that's when the interceptor went up. And then we heard it. Went up. We just saw an interceptor go up. We just saw the interceptor fly up. You just saw it. Then you'll hear the boom. Did you see it go up? And we're hearing the interception right now. We just saw the interceptor go up and we heard an interception. I'll play the interceptor again. Right here. There it is. That was it. me get the other cameras back up. I keep forgetting to put them up. Oh, you know, there was one of the alerts might have been a hostile aircraft. You know what happened? One of the alerts a few minutes ago. You know what's interesting? I didn't even realize this. The alert 6 minutes ago when the interceptor went up was a drone alert. It was not a rocket alert. I missed this. So if you look at the so far red alert map, you can see our cameras in Kiryat Shimona. There were 2 alerts in Yuval, Kfar Yuval and Kfar Giladi, but they are hostile aircraft intrusion alerts. But we did see an interceptor get fired, so I wonder if it shot down a drone. Home Front Command of Israel just posted and said that the hostile aircraft alert, the event has ended. So there's no threat anymore. So I wonder if that interceptor shot down a drone. I'll post a link to our to the red alert map, by the way, the rocket alert map. Yankee said I said that. Well, I'm sorry if I don't literally see every single message in the chat that everybody posts. It's kind of physically impossible to do. Oh, I didn't even talk about the poll. I got distracted. I think maybe we did a poll and I forgot to mention it. Okay, so here's what YouTube said about the poll. Maybe somebody can tell me what happened on Twitch. I forgot. Some stuff came up. On Twitch, on YouTube, when will Israel respond to Iran? 36% said this week. 35% said before election. 15% said after election, and 13% said never. I'll do the poll again on Twitch. I don't know why it disappears on Twitch. It's annoying. I gotta do it again on Twitch. I'll put up the Twitch votes in a second. All right, here's what Twitch says. Uh, 52% on Twitch say this week. 15% say before election, 21% say after election, 14% say never. Oops, no, oh no, I posted there's a typo. Hey guys on Twitch, clearly I messed up on Twitch. It should say, when will Israel respond to Iran? I apologize. I'm assuming people on, I don't know. Hopefully people on Twitch knew what I was asking. People on Twitch, did you know what I meant? Aaron Weirdo says we're smart here. We knew. Thoria said we knew what you meant. Most of the people on Twitch are saying they knew what I meant. Okay, sorry. That's just I messed up. But anyways. Sorry about that. I could do it one more time on Twitch. I could do it one last time. I'm going to end the one on YouTube. Maybe I'll do it again when that one ends. Sorry. It's really windy there now. Sorry, I gotta turn the volume down on that camera because it's so windy. Really windy. Gotta turn it way down. We put the volume on for the Beirut camera a little bit. Barak Ravid says that an Israeli official says that Israel has received the letter that was sent by Sunday by the American Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense, which told Israel that they needed to take steps to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza within 30 days or risk the supply of U.S. weapons to Israel. So Barak Ravid says an Israeli official says the letter has been received and is being thoroughly reviewed by Israeli security officials. Israel takes this matter seriously and intends to address the concerns raised in this letter with our American counterparts. That's what Barak Ravid reports. Maybe a little less windy now. Gunny's Adventure says not very ironclad. That response to Israel. Rob Zilla says, is it all just theater or is the U.S. actually playing hardball? The Washington Post has an article talking about that letter sent to Israel by the U.S. leaders, by U.S. Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Hang on. The Washington Post says, the letter underscores the extreme friction surrounding America's ties with Israel, a relationship characterized by close coordination amid the Israeli military's ongoing war with Hamas, but also intense strains over Israel's conduct of the fight against Hamas. The letter also comes at a moment of heightened fear in Washington about mounting instability across the Middle East as Israel expands a new campaign against Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Pentagon deploys U.S. troops and air defense equipment to Israel amid the country's heightened tensions with regional powerhouse Tehran. Critics of President Biden's handling of the conflict in Gaza have blamed him, says the Washington Post, have blamed him for not effectively leveraging American support to convince Israel to comply with U.S. demands for an end to the violence in Gaza and a steady flow of food and other aid supplies. Since the war began, Biden has halted only one shipment of U.S. weapons bound for Israel. In May, the president decided to continue the flow of arms despite an administration review which found Israel had contributed significantly to the insufficient flow of aid to Palestinian civilians. The letter from Blinken and Secretary of Defense Austin follows a similar message that Blinken sent the Israeli government in April, which officials said resulted in a temporary improvement in aid flows into the battered Gaza Strip. But the picture in Gaza has darkened once more in recent weeks as Israeli officials have returned to areas where they cite the resilience of Hamas, particularly in the battle-ravaged northern areas of the Gaza Strip. According to the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, no food has entered northern Gaza since early October, increasing the risk of famine amid what is described as an Israeli siege of the area. That's according to the Washington Post. The Israeli military office that oversees aid distribution in Gaza has denied that Israel has halted the entry or coordination of aid in northern Gaza. Israeli officials have acknowledged shortfalls in the delivery of aid since the beginning of the conflict, but primarily blame Hamas and criminal gangs for the problems. The war has emerged as a major political liability for Biden, says the Washington Post, whose Democratic Party is now split over U.S. support to Israel. It remains unclear how the war will impact the chances of Biden's Vice President Kamala Harris in the election. Trump's Republican Party has been seeking to capitalize on Harris's vulnerability with Arab and Muslim voters due to the bloodshed in Gaza. In their letter, Austin and Blinken laid out specific criteria the Biden administration would like to see in the next month in Gaza, including ensuring the entry of at least 350 aid trucks a day into Gaza, putting in place humanitarian pauses to enable aid delivery, lifting evacuation orders when they're no longer needed, enabling aid shipments from Jordan, and halting the isolation of northern Gaza. While Biden administration officials today made clear their frustration with the humanitarian situation in Gaza, as well as the heavy civilian death toll of Israel's recent operations in Lebanon, they repeatedly avoided, under questioning from reporters, making explicit threats about cutting off the flow of U.S. military aid, saying instead that they hoped Israeli leaders would make the changes demanded in the letter. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller told reporters that levels of humanitarian aid were 50% below than their peak right now, but he declined to detail what will happen if Israel does not comply with the U.S. requests. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the letter was not meant as a threat. The administration's reluctance to publicly confirm that it would restrict arms shipments fueled immediate doubts about the seriousness of the warning from Blinken and Austin, says the Washington Post. The president of Refugees International and a former senior Biden administration official, Jeremy Conendike, said he expected that Netanyahu, who has repeatedly defied U.S. requests in the conduct of his war, would be skeptical that Biden had put real teeth behind this warning. If it is truly different this time, and I hope it is, Conendike said, the White House will need to make that much more explicit. Otherwise, this will have no more effect than all the warnings Netanyahu has previously ignored. That is from the Washington Post. Hang on a second here. Any updates on the refinery? No. I'm not really overly concerned about the refinery fire in Iran. As I said, Iran is a very big country with a very big oil industry. An oil refinery fire in Iran certainly does not mean that Israel is attacking Iran. I've seen nothing to suggest that this is involved. This is some kind of Israeli attack. As I mentioned earlier and posted on my X account and posted in the chat, Iran International English says that the local official said that this was caused by some sort of, I guess, a car or a truck hitting something. And they showed a photo of this fire at this refinery. It was significant. Is it the biggest fire I've ever seen? No. There's no evidence there was some giant missile strike or something. So, again, all signs are that this is not in any way connected to Israel's anticipated response to Iran. I'll post the link again that I posted earlier. I think I can turn the volume back up on the border camera because it's not so windy. Oh, it kind of is windy, but hey, thanks Specific Gravity. Enjoy the mug. Specific Gravity, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. The mug is the same one I use. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Cabrera, again for your support. Thanks, Juan. Yes, you are hearing a drone. I'll actually just get you the report from Iranian state media. I probably can do that. Yeah, Iranian state media, IRNA, they said that there was a fire in the Shushtar refinery. And several were injured, and the cause of the accident was a collision of a tanker with the gasoline tanks. One person died. They are still investigating it. That's from Iranian state media. I might make my food soon, but you know, when I do that, I could put on for you guys. It depends on what you want. I have like the Pentagon did a briefing today. We haven't watched it yet, so when I'm eating, I could put on for you the Pentagon briefing if you'd like. When I go to eat, Paul said there was a flash in the middle of the screen. But it's up to you guys. I wouldn't take this down. I could just put it I could put it on the top of the screen, you know? More people are saying no than yes, but now some people are saying yes. Hold on a second here. Hey, Richard Foley, thanks so much for the sticker, Richard Foley, and your support. Really appreciate it, Richard Foley. Thank you. Should I do a poll about it? When I take meal break, should I play? But people won't understand it because people think I'm going to be asking about playing it full screen. I'm not talking about playing it full screen. I'm talking about like putting it in the corner. You know, like putting it like where one of these cameras is on the top. I'm not talking about making it full screen. Thanks, Stay On Track. I'm going to ask this question right now. We'll ask the question right now. See what people say. The vote to play whether when I go eat, whether to put the Pentagon briefing on in the corner. On YouTube, 58% of the people want me to put it on in the corner, and 42% say no. On Twitch, (74%), 78% say yes, and 20% say no. Well, yes seems to be winning. All right, well, it seems like people have made their preference known. People have made their preference known. Thank you for voting. I'm not going to eat yet, but what I need to I need to take about 5 minutes right now. Need to take about 5 minutes. Turn the volume up. It's not as windy. I'm going to turn the volume up. I need about 5 minutes right now, if you will allow me that, to put my food in the air fryer, and then I will come back. I will be back in 5 minutes, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue our coverage in 5 minutes. All right, I know that was longer than 5 minutes. Took a little longer than I thought. Sorry. My food is cooking. The food is cooking. We're going to give you more coverage. We got the cameras going. And I'm going to be taking more of your comments on the air. I do want to say a thank you to our moderators who are here. We got a lot of dogs barking. A lot of dogs are barking. Over there on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Nightbot, and Surly Dev. Hearing some booms on the camera as well. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, thanks for modding over there. Thanks to Lou Green for subscribing over there on Facebook. Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Kay and Margaret, all of our other subscribers too. And our YouTube moderators like Ruth Krafasi, thanks for moderating. Beth Mythical. And our other, Sabrina and our other YouTube mods. Thanks to Marty Hagwood and all of our YouTube members too. Thanks to Linda Belk and Larry for moderating on X. Hey, thanks to Wouter Queese. Wouter Queese for becoming a new member. Thank you. Also, shout out to Constance Price. Babaloo, thanks for watching. And your support of the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I keep seeing people saying an oil refinery has been hit or blown up in Iran. No, that is false. That is false. There has been a fire at an oil refinery in Iran. There's no evidence that it was blown up or that it was hit. The state media posted photos and videos of it. A local official said it was caused by a truck running into some kind of oil tanks or something. I don't know what caused it, but there's no evidence right now that this was some kind of strike. It's not, when you look at it, yes, there's a big fire. It does not look like a giant, like a missile has destroyed the whole site or something. So it is just, we don't have that information to support that. Our viewer, Randy Shares the News, sent me something from the New York Post where they said that Delta is extending its pause of flights between JFK and Tel Aviv through March 31st. Although I assume that could change. Yeah, Delta said it is pausing flights between New York JFK and Tel Aviv through March 31st. They said the article was originally published on July 31st and updated today. But I assume if things settle down, they would just lift that. Oh, somebody saw a flash. Give me 1 second. I'll check that. Hold on. Thank you for sending that in. Hold on one moment. Give me about 20 seconds here. Hang on. I need to check the flash. People said there was a flash, so I will check it. We've seen some flashes on the border camera. Some people posted the time code. Where is that time code that people posted? 11707? 10707. Is that what it was? 10707? 10717? Oh, right when I came back, yeah. I don't know if that was an airstrike or artillery or something. Let me show you this right here. Oops. You'll see it. Nope, that's not it. Watch in the middle of your screen. Right there, see that? Kind of looks like some sort of explosion. See that there? There's hills up there. You can't see it right now, but when it's light out, you can see there's hills up there. That's Lebanon, I believe, and where that flash is. So, might have seen an airstrike or something. I don't know. Mark Starkiller thinks it was a low flare. Seems short-lived for a flare, though. No? Snicker Beans thinks it was a strike or an explosion. Another day without, apparently without strikes in the Beirut area. There have not been any since Thursday. The Lebanese Prime Minister said today that the U.S. had said they were encouraging Israel to not do the attacks in the Beirut area. You can see this right here. U.S. says it opposes scope of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. That's from Reuters. The U.S. said today it opposed the scope of the country's airstrikes in Beirut over the past few weeks. But there haven't been any since last Thursday. Actually, give me about 20 more seconds. Hang on. So in a few minutes when my food is ready, I'm going to do my usual where I go eat. So people, we took a poll vote, and more people said they wanted me to like throw up in like a small box the Pentagon briefing. So what I'll do is I'll put it in a small box and I'll leave the audio on. I'll leave the audio on from the border. But you'll also be able to hear the Pentagon briefing. I'll just have to get it up there. I'll just have to, I got to put it over one of the current cameras though. You know, not much has been happening in the West Border camera. I think I should put it over the west border camera because not much has been happening on that camera. And I'll leave the Beirut camera up in the middle. That's what I'll do. That's what I'm going to do. Oops, sorry. That's not what I wanted to do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get that set up. Where is, that one's this one. Why is that one? Anyways. No, we already voted on it, guys. We already voted on it, and significantly more of you wanted to see the briefing of. I'm not starting it yet. I will, though, get it on the screen. All right, so I'm going to make it small. I'm going to make it smaller, making it smaller, making it smaller. Earlier today, see how we're doing this? Can't see it? You'll see it because it'll be close up. You'll see it you'll see it'll start being close up on her. It won't be far away like that the whole time. You'll be able to see it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go eat. And if anything big happens while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and I will come back in here immediately. Otherwise, I will come back after I eat. All right? So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to play the Pentagon briefing for you. I just need to make sure the sound is okay. So let me. I'll start that in a second. Then I'm going to put this behind me that says I'm taking a meal break. I'll be back shortly. There, that's better. Okay. All right, let's see. I'm gonna take my, hold on, let me do this.
Started. All right, so I do have a little bit of a list here today, so just bear with me and then happy to take your questions. Over the weekend, Secretary Austin spoke twice with his Israeli counterpart, Minister
All right, so that's where
of Defense. You have a little, and we'll get...
Okay, so that is working. That's working. It's working. So, again, I'm going to go eat. I'm going to play the briefing from earlier today. I'll leave the cameras up, and I'll keep an eye on what's going on. And if there's some emergency, I'll come back in while I'm eating. Otherwise, I'll come back in after I eat, okay? So you guys can hang out in the chat. I really appreciate our mods being here. And we will continue the coverage after I eat, all right? So hang out if you'd like while I'm eating. And let me take out my headphones. Got to do that. We might pause for a second while the headphones come out. One moment here. Okay, so let me go eat. I'm coming back after, and I'm going to put the briefing on right now for you.
Get started. All right, so I do have a little bit of a list here today, so just bear with me and then happy to take your questions. Over the weekend, Secretary Austin spoke twice with his Israeli counterpart, Minister of Defense Golan. The secretary expressed his condolences for the IDF soldiers killed in a drone attack from Lebanese Hezbollah. The secretary also reinforced the importance of Israel taking all necessary measures to ensure the safety and security of UN peacekeeping forces and Lebanese armed forces, and the need to pivot from military operations in Lebanon to a diplomatic pathway to provide security for civilians on both sides of the border. Secretary Austin again raised concern for the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza and stressed that steps must be taken soon to address it. In each of his calls, the secretary reiterated the United States' commitment to Israel's security. And that's why, over the weekend, Secretary Austin authorized the deployment of a Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD battery, and associated U.S. military personnel to help bolster Israel's air defenses following Iran's attacks against Israel on April 13th and again on October 1st. Yesterday, an advanced team of military personnel and initial components necessary to operate the THAAD battery arrived in Israel. And over the coming days, additional personnel and THAAD battery components will continue to arrive and will bring the THAAD to fully operational capable in the near future. This decision was made in part of the broader adjustments the U.S. military has made in recent months to support the defense of Israel and protect Americans from attacks by Iran and Iranian-aligned militias. This is not the first time the United States has deployed a THAAD battery to the region. Earlier this year, a THAAD was deployed to the Middle East following last year's October 7th attacks to defend American troops and interests in the region. In addition, the United States has previously deployed a THAAD battery to Israel in 2019 for training and an integrated air defense exercise. Shifting gears, the department continues to support relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene and Milton and will continue to work with our federal, state, and local partners to help our fellow Americans. As of earlier today, the National Guard has mobilized more than 4,500 guardsmen from 7 states for response and recovery missions following Hurricane Milton. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has approximately 300 people supporting with temporary roof support, infrastructure assessment, debris control, flood response, and more. The department's response efforts for Hurricane Helene continue as well. The National Guard has roughly 3,000 guardsmen from 13 states mobilized and approximately 1,500 active duty soldiers who are mobilized and helping with response efforts. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has more than 560 personnel engaged in 27 missions across the region. Some of that includes supporting debris control, temporary power, infrastructure assessment, flood control, and safe waterway assessments. Secretary Austin continues to receive updates on these response efforts, and the department continues to engage with interagency partners. Shifting gears again, in September 2023, Secretary Austin announced that the department would, for the first time, begin to proactively review the military records of former service members discharged under Don't Ask, Don't Tell due to their sexual orientation. The review was focused on those who might have been eligible for upgrades to the characterization of their discharge or changes to their reason for separation but had not yet applied. After a year of exceptional work, the military department review boards directed relief in 96.8% of the 851 cases that they proactively reviewed. What this means is that of the nearly 13,500 individuals who were administratively separated under Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy and served long enough to receive a merit-based characterization of service, 96% now have an honorable discharge. The department is sending former service members who obtained relief through the department's Don't Ask, Don't Tell records review initiative information on how to obtain copies of their new discharge certificates. We encourage all veterans who believe they have suffered an error or injustice to request a correction to their military records. Today, the Secretary held a bilateral engagement with Minister of Defense Poulsen of the Kingdom of Denmark here at the Pentagon. The Secretary values the United States' close relationship with the Kingdom of Denmark, and a readout will be available later online today at defense.gov. And finally, tomorrow, Secretary Austin will travel to Brussels, Belgium, from October 16th through 18th, 2024, to participate in a series of multilateral meetings, including the NATO Defense Ministerial and the Ministerial of the Force contributing members of the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS. These engagements and others will focus on strengthening NATO's collective defensive posture, adapting the de-ISIS coalition to an evolving threat from ISIS in the Middle East and globally, and enhancing military support for Ukraine. Secretary Austin will then attend the first ever G7 Defense Ministers meeting October 19th in Naples, Italy, where he will also meet with his Italian Minister of Defense counterpart and the new Japanese Minister of Defense, Nakatani. The discussions at the G7 will center on ensuring continued security assistance for Ukraine, addressing the need to de-escalate tensions in the Middle East, exchanging views on the importance of a free and open Indo-Pacific, discussing support for partners in Africa, and fostering additional cooperation on the defense industrial base and issues among world's leading democratic economies. Later on in the trip, Secretary Austin will conclude with an official engagement in Vatican City. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Tara, and I know that was a lot at the top.
That was a lot. That's good. All right. So with the Secretary's consultations with Minister Golan over the last couple of weeks since Iran's ballistic missile attack, has he been encouraging Israel to not retaliate against Iran's oil facilities or nuclear facilities? And is he encouraged by indications that that Israel may avoid those targets?
So thanks, Tara, for the question. So as you saw over the weekend, the Secretary spoke with Minister Golan twice. I don't have more to provide beyond those readouts. Again, speculating on a potential response from Israel, I'd refer you to them to speak to their own operations, but I just don't have more to provide than those readouts.
Okay, so trying it from another angle then, would the Secretary prefer that Israel not strike Iran's nuclear facilities?
Appreciate the question in a different angle. I'm not going to be able to provide more than the readouts. The Secretary, as we've said for a few weeks now, we continue to engage the Israelis on, and speak with them about what their response might look like. But I'm just not going to be able to provide more on that. Natasha.
Thanks, Sabrina. So in the letter that Secretary Austin co-authored with Secretary Blinken to the Israelis, I believe it was sent earlier this week, was that letter specifically a threat that the U.S. military is not going to be able to provide weapons to Israel anymore if they do not, within 30 days, get more aid into Gaza? It was a little bit vague in its wording. It kind of said that there will be implications for U.S. law if they don't change what they're doing. But is this specifically a threat to withhold certain forms of military assistance if they don't move forward with changing the amount of aid into Gaza?
So in terms of the letter that you referenced, I can confirm that Secretary Austin with Secretary Blinken, they co-signed a letter that went to their Israeli counterparts. This was personal, private correspondence, so I'm not going to get into more specifics of it other than it was expressing concern about the humanitarian conditions in Gaza, but beyond that, I'm just not going to be able to provide more details.
How can you say that it's personal and private when it's the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense sending a letter?
The Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State can send private correspondence to their Israeli counterparts or counterparts all over the world. That doesn't necessarily mean that those letters need to be public. I understand that there is reporting out there and imagery out there of a letter, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is a public letter for public consumption. It was, can I just finish? It was private correspondence because it was addressed to their Israeli counterparts, both of them. They send letters all the time to, whether it be to members of Congress or their counterparts all over the world that are not intended for public consumption. So the letters weren't addressed to, Associated Press or to Fox. It was addressed to two people, to their counterparts, and it was a letter that, I'm just not going to get into private correspondence beyond that.
It's on U.S. government letterhead, correct?
I cannot.
Private, is it like on, pink stationery, or is it on letterhead from the U.S. government?
I would assume it was on letterhead, Jen, but what I can tell you is that just because something is on letterhead doesn't mean that it's meant for public consumption or to be leaked to the press.
No, it's FOIA.
Sure, yeah, of course, but that's still.
I mean, that's, if you are a U.S. government official and you're writing to your counterparts, that's not private or personal. You are a U.S. government official.
You are a U.S. I understand the back and forth here, but so I think in fairness, U.S. government officials can engage their counterparts. They can have closed door meetings with their counterparts. They can do calls with their counterparts. We provide readouts of those calls. There are letters that are sent often between government officials that are not intended to be made public. I have seen some of the social media circulating around this letter. I understand the questions that you're asking about it, but this was meant to be a private letter. I shouldn't have said personal, a private letter between government officials talking about the situation in Gaza. And it was intended to be private. And those are conversations that also happen in person that are private conversations. We don't read all of those out every single time. Can I come around the room, or do you have another one on this?
But it's also citing official U.S. policy on how they qualify someone or a country to qualify for foreign military financing. That's just U.S. policy.
Yeah, so I'm just not going to be able to go into more details on the letter itself. Again, I confirmed that a letter was sent. It was meant to be private. Someone obviously felt the need to get out this private correspondence, but I'm just not going to be able to get into more details on that. Phil.
So the State Department, the spokesperson said that, talking about this letter, said that, we need, the quote is, we need to see further changes by the government of Israel. And I'm wondering, what can you talk about the Pentagon's views on changes to how Israel is safeguarding civilians or failing to do so?
So I think, without speaking to the letter itself, you've seen us from this podium and from a few of the readouts that the Secretary has done with Minister Golan speak about the deteriorating and dire humanitarian situation within Gaza. Just because there's other, engagements happening in the region doesn't mean that we've taken our eye off of what's happening in Gaza. And we know that, humanitarian aid still is stalling to get into Gaza and to reach, civilians that need it desperately. So that's some of the things that the Secretary talks about in his calls with Minister Golan. Those are some of the things that we've also read out publicly in our readouts. This letter follows on a letter that I believe Secretary Blinken sent in April. We're looking to, see more, or to see concrete measures taken to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza, which we know continues to be an issue, and we want to see how they, conduct operations that they're considering civilians in the battle space, and that's what we've said from the beginning.
And this administration's been criticized for failing to use its leverage, which is the weapons to Israel, to influence Israeli military actions. Is that a fair characterization, especially after this letter has now been made public?
I would push back on that. And again, without going down the rabbit hole of private conversations, but we have had very frank and direct conversations with the Secretary has with his Israeli counterpart. I'm not going to go into a line item list of every single time they've done something differently because of our advice or because of conversations that we've had. But, we have seen them change their behavior in certain circumstances. Is there more that we are working with them on? There is, and we're going to continue to engage with them on that.
So you've used that leverage. You've threatened to withhold weapons.
I didn't say that. I said that we continue to have frank conversations with them. As you know, we do still have that one shipment of the 2,000-pound bombs currently still paused. But I'm just not going to be able to go beyond that. Joe.
Thanks. On your advice and you said you've seen some changes in their behavior. Among the things that the secretaries mentioned, you just mentioned, were opposition to bombing or targeting densely populated areas in Beirut from Israeli airstrikes. We haven't seen that happen in the past couple of days. Is that something that they committed to the secretary or to anybody in this department of stopping?
So I'm just not going to be able to go beyond the conversations and the readouts that we provided. But one of the things that I think you've seen in the readouts is the secretary impart the need to take into account innocent civilians, whether it be in Beirut or on that on that border region in the northern part of Israel where they are conducting operations to clear where Hezbollah infrastructure is. We've always said from the beginning that civilians need to be considered in the battle space, and they measures need to be taken to protect innocent lives. That's something that is not new. It's something that we've continued to say from the very beginning.
Did Israel request that?
It was a conversation between, I would say, both governments. I think it's fair to say that we've seen now 2 unprecedented attacks from Iran on April 13th and October 1st. You've seen our destroyers engage from the sea. This is now a land-based capability that will be able to help defend against another ballistic missile attack if Iran did choose to respond in that way.
Just one final
Sure.
one. The former top, policy chief for the Middle East here at the Dana Stroul, and spoke to FT, today. She says that the Israeli munitions issue is a serious issue, and that the U.S. cannot continue to supply Ukraine and Israel at the same pace because U.S. stockpiles are not limitless. Is the department able to provide weapons to both countries as long as needed?
Well, I think it's fair. That's a fair assessment that our supplies are not endless. You've seen us request supplemental packages to help be able to support Ukraine and to support Israel. You've seen us have issues, when it comes to reinvigorating the defense industrial base. So I think, we are continuing to support Ukraine in what it needs on the battlefield. We're continuing to support Israel in its self-defense. We're going to continue to engage the defense industrial base on how best to do that. But part of the way we have to work and to continue to do all this on all fronts is we have to work with Congress. And not to belabor the point, but for nearly 6 months we had a delayed supplemental package that we didn't get, which delayed our own shelves from being backfilled. That puts pressure on the system. But one thing that we're always going to do is, and one thing that the Secretary is always considering is our own readiness. So we always have to weigh that when we're supporting, whether it be Ukraine, the Middle East, and our, Israel's self-defense, our own forces, and then of course always keeping an eye on the Indo-Pacific. Anne.
So putting the letter aside, is there anything that you can say that Secretary Austin wants to see done? What specific things does he want to see Israel do in the next 30 days to increase aid? And then also there was mention of the NSM-20. So is there a concern that Israel is breaking these policies that U.S. weapons are being used in possible war crimes?
So just not going to be able to get more into the letter. In terms of what the Secretary wants to see within Gaza, you've seen it in his readouts, what he said, that he wants to see, and what I read at the top is the humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate in Gaza. And that's why, we did what we did over summer, which surging and installing a maritime corridor in to get humanitarian aid in any way that we could. And we're also conducting airdrops as well. We know that more trucks need to get in. That is, and we've said that from the beginning when we installed JLOTs into the, beach in Gaza. The land routes are the most effective way to get aid flowing to the civilians that need it most. So, of course, we want to see those corridors open up. That's something that the Secretary continues to emphasize in his calls. I'm not going to be able to go more into the letter other than what I said earlier, but the humanitarian situation in Gaza certainly remains on the Secretary's mind in all of his calls with Mr. Golan. Wafa.
Hi, Sabrina. First, on that requires a significant number of boots on the ground. Are we seeing here a shift in this administration's no boots on the ground policy? And then I have another question on Lebanon.
Sure. So just to clarify, Wafa, the THAAD will take approximately 100 soldiers to operate it. No change in terms of, just to take a step back. We've had personnel in Israel before October 7th. So we've had a relationship with Israel and having a military footprint there. Think of the THAAD as an augmentation to just Israel's air defenses and exactly what our DDGs do in the Eastern Med. They provide a ballistic missile defense capability that is, sea-based. This one's land-based. So it just augments Israel's self-defense. It's we saw the attacks that happened on April 13th and October 1st. We know that we need that additional layer on land, and we're happy to provide it.
On Lebanon, in his recent phone calls with Mr. Gallant, Secretary Austin reinforced the need to shift from military operations in Lebanon to a diplomatic pathway in a feasible, as soon as feasible. Has Secretary Austin asked Mr. Gallant of a timeline? Did he has the chance to discuss a timeline with him about the operations in Lebanon? And I have another follow-up.
Sure. I don't have anything to add on timelines, but the Secretary, of course, continues to urge for a diplomatic off-ramp here. We know that is the best path forward. That's what we want to see. That's what this administration continues to push forward for. And so that's what he emphasizes in his calls. You had another one?
Yes.
Sure.
Has the Pentagon reached out to the Lebanese armed forces after last week Israeli strikes that killed 2 Lebanese armed forces soldiers? And is the assessment here at the Pentagon still that Israel is just targeting Hezbollah, giving also that it targeted the UNIFIL forces in South Lebanon as well last week?
So our assessment is that, yes, they are still conducting operations to go after Lebanese Hezbollah, infrastructure, C2 nodes along that northern border. As you heard me read out at the very beginning, we expressed deep concern over, what happened with those UN peacekeepers that were, within Lebanon. But that is still our assessment that they are conducting operations against Hezbollah.
But you didn't reach out to the Lebanon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not answer your question. I don't have anything to read out from the Secretary's level. I can't speak for other components within the department, but nothing from the Secretary's level. Charlie.
Sabrina.
Charlie.
Private or otherwise, there's a formalization about a letter. It's a document. It's signed. It can be traced. Who does that serve? Is it because the United States needs to be seen to be doing something? Knowing this letter would get out, signed by these 2 very important figures at this particular time. Why? Why wasn't it a phone call? Why was it a letter?
Okay. Well, appreciate the question, but we didn't know it was going to get out. We didn't know that someone was going to. All I can tell you is that the Secretary and Secretary Blinken sent a letter. Not going to go into those details. I've seen the social media reports out there, but I'm just not going to go into more details of a letter. Why do you make a phone call versus sending an email versus sending a text? Look, I'm not going to go into the decision making of why a letter versus a phone call, but it was meant to be a private correspondence between 2 senior administration officials, from the Department of Defense and Department of State to their counterparts. Again, I understand it is an official letter on official letterhead, but those correspondence are still, meant to be private, and so I'm just not going to go into more details on the letter.
There's a paper trail. It was literally making a statement. It is literally a statement.
Yeah, but Charlie, you also have to understand that we do statements that are press releases that are for press consumption. The Secretary does calls with his counterparts all the time. We don't put, a live stream of that on defense.gov for everyone to listen to. Those are meant to be private conversations. This was a private correspondence with their counterparts. Again, I'm just not going to be able to go into more details on the list. Sure.
In terms of when it becomes operational, I know we can't discuss that. But what specific role does it fill? What hole was missing in Israel's defenses, America's very robust defenses there, and why now? There's been lots of trouble in the past. What specifically does the THAAD bring to this fight that isn't there already?
So you'll remember that on October 1st, it was approximately 200 ballistic missiles that Iran fired towards Iran. That was nearly double what we saw on April 13th. So they launched more of a certain capability. On April 13th, we had more of our fighters in the air shooting down UAVs and cruise missiles. Our fighters are not going to engage these types of ballistic missiles. The DDGs in the Eastern Med on April 13th were the ones that engaged the ballistic missiles. So what we saw on October 1st was them, adjusting their strategy. We have to augment Israel's air defense systems. We are there to help in their air defense and in their self-defense, and in doing so, augmenting their air defense. So why now? Should Iran choose to respond again with, again, not trying to go down a hypothetical, but if it's more ballistic missiles or what we saw previously, a THAAD adds capability to Israel's air defenses and can help shoot those down and protect, innocent civilians there, and that includes Americans who are in Israel. We've made some of these force posture adjustments in the past. We are always nimble, always able to adjust as needed. This was a decision that the Secretary decided to make. Fadi.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Of course.
So as you said, the deployment of the THAAD in case Iran decides to attack again, which means potentially U.S. soldiers might be in harm's way. For a year now, you've been telling us the U.S. is not involved in this conflict. Putting troops on the ground now wouldn't make the U.S. involved in the conflict?
No, Fadi.
What would you do? Potentially these soldiers could be targeted as well by Iran.
So, Fadi, I think it's important to remember that the THAAD serves a similar purpose to our DDGs. It is an air defense system that is helping augment Israel's air defenses that can help shoot down ballistic missiles. This is also meant to be a temporary provision of air defense capabilities to better protect Israel. It's in keeping with our intent to reduce tensions, and it is, also there to help de-escalate. But of course, as the president has said from the beginning, we are there to support in Israel's self-defense. This is a capability that we felt was needed.
Assisting with the defense of Israel from a ship is different from putting forces on the ground inside Israel while Israel is being hit by ballistic missiles.
Both forces in the sea or land are in harm's way, Fadi.
Putting them inside Israel is different, as from a political standpoint. This will open potentially open up the door for maybe them being in harm's way and then the U.S. having to respond to Iranian attack. What I'm saying is, this potentially opens the door for U.S. to get more involved in this conflict, not the opposite.
Fadi, just taking a step back, our destroyers in the Red Sea are getting shot at by the Houthis, pretty regularly. Our forces in Iraq and Syria getting attacked by Iran-backed militias, from October 17th, there was a regular cadence there. We have forces deployed all around the world in harm's way. And our forces are bravely serving to protect American citizens, and in this case, to help with Israel's self-defense. While I understand your question, again, this is an operational deployment very similar to what you're seeing, whether it be in the Red Sea or in the Eastern Mediterranean. This is a capability that is going to help augment Israel's air defenses. This is not meant to draw us into a larger regional conflict. It is a commitment that the president made that we will be there to stand in Israel's self-defense. Sure.
Question, although I'd like to note that deployment in the Red Sea is an international water. It's not on sovereign land or within the territorial water of another nation.
But they're still in harm's way.
I know, but that's different from deploying to a nation that might be attacked because of its own actions, which is different.
Well, I mean, Fadi, you don't want to get into it, but just pulling it back, you're talking about a nation's own actions, but let's remember what happened on October 7th.
Okay. We can remember the last 75 years, but that's not my point. Another question, did the Secretary in his last two phone calls with Mr. Gallant express opposition to Israel's strikes inside Beirut, capital of Lebanon?
Without going beyond the readout, the secretary reiterated the need to do more when it comes to protecting innocent civilians. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Sabrina. Could you confirm if this is the first time the U.S. sent troops to Israel since October 7th?
Well, we've had a military presence in Israel before October 7th. We had personnel there after October 7th. You might remember with whether JLOTs or assisting with hostage rescue and recovery. So no, not the first time that military personnel has been in Israel since October 7th. If you're asking about the THAAD specifically, we deployed a THAAD to the region post October 7th, and a THAAD was there in 2019 for an exercise. I'll come back. I'm just going to go to some of the other.
I mean, I guess you have THAAD batteries in other countries in the region. Would you mind if you reveal what countries host those THAADs?
I would mind revealing those. I'm not going to give a operational placemat of where all of our air defenses are. I don't think that really helps our adversaries. Well, actually, I think that would help our adversaries. But I think what you can be assured of is that we're always going to have capabilities in the region needed to protect our forces. But I'm just not going to be able to give you that readout.
The THAAD in Israel, not mentioning them in other countries.
Because of what we are doing to defend Israel, it made sense to announce this. Well,
thank you very much, Sabrina. You had a back and forth about the THAAD system and how they are always all around the region in harm's way. But this time...
Well, we have troops all over the world, serving all over the world in harm's way,
That's correct. And anytime anything could happen, that's obviously, granted. But Iran has already committed to attacking Israel again if they were to be attacked. So making US personnel basically a military shield for Israel against Iran, they could very well be hit by Iran. So have you taken that into consideration? Because that could suck the United States and Iran right into the middle of a war.
Well, let me be clear again. We don't seek a war with Iran, and we don't want to see a wider regional conflict. But Iran proxy groups have attacked U.S. forces since October 17th, whether it be, at any of the bases in Iraq and Syria, or with our forces operating in the Red Sea, or in the Eastern Med. So, again, this is a capability that is land-based, but that serves a similar purpose to what our destroyers did on October 1st in the Eastern Mediterranean, which was to help augment Israel's air defenses.
So far, the U.S. has always said to Iran, don't, and they have done some stuff. So is that the basic message again, that we have US personnel now where you say you're going to attack, so don't attack at all? Is that the message?
The message is that the United States stands with Israel in their self-defense, and that message has been clear from the very beginning. I will come around. Carla, yeah.
Thanks. A couple of clarifications and then one THAAD question. So you said you're not going to discuss the letter, but you are confirming the authenticity of the letter that has been circulating online, right? There's no dispute on that.
I am not confirming the authenticity that's circulating. I am confirming that they co-signed a letter that was sent to their Israeli counterparts.
Okay. And then should Israel fail to demonstrate commitments such as, like you said to Anne, increasing the corridors, et cetera, is the U.S. military debating right now whether or not to withhold military support to Israel?
Yep. So appreciate the question, Carla. Israel continues to receive support from the United States, whether it be through FMS sales or what you're seeing, that we're doing in Israel self-defense. I just don't have more to provide.
But should they not make the changes that you have called for?
Yeah, I'm just not going to go into more details.
Okay, and then on the THAAD, you announced the THAAD to Israel. Should there be another THAAD in Eastern Europe, Romania, Poland have been some of the places that have been mentioned in the past? Why would those THAADs not be used to help defend Western Ukraine from Russian attacks? Because if you can send a THAAD to Israel to help stop attacks from Iran, why would a THAAD in Poland or Romania, for example, not be utilized to help defend civilians in Ukraine?
Okay. So different capabilities, different wars, different regions. The commitments also to Israel and Ukraine are different. We have a long-standing partnership to come to Israel's self-defense. You've seen the president commit that from October 7th. And when Ukraine was attacked over 2 years ago, the president made a commitment to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. But again, you're talking about different capabilities being moved, and what's needed for, should Iran attack again, is a THAAD. For engagements from, what Russia is doing in Ukraine, different capabilities, such as, as you know, I don't need to go through the long list, but not to use this expression, but it is a little bit of apples and oranges here. So, I don't want to go down the whole list of everything that, we're providing Ukraine to everything that we're providing Israel. But what I can tell you is this administration, this department continues to support both in the different needs that they need.
Just a quick follow-up to that. With
Sure.
all due respect, I need a little bit of clarification on the different capabilities, because Russia has fired ballistic missiles.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they used them in Yavoriv in western Ukraine towards the start of the war when they were attacking a base that had been used by international forces. So why couldn't a THAAD, if it's already defending NATO territory, also defend Western Ukrainians against ballistic missiles should Russia decide to fire more?
Yeah, Carl, I think I answered that question. Constantine.
Thanks, Sabrina. Just continuing the THAAD conversation, can you say where this unit is coming from? Are you guys deploying it from the U.S.? Or
It's coming from the United States.
It's coming from the United States, okay. Are you able to say any more specifics than that?
Not more specifics than that.
Fair enough. And then more broadly, I guess, following up on sort of the conversation that we've been having and some of the questions my colleagues have asked, when we look back to, for example, J-lots, this building had a very strong reticence and went out of its way to point out no boots on the ground, to the point that maritime experts said it hampered the operation. It really limited, and you guys had to pull it out because personnel couldn't step foot onto Gaza. But it seems now we're incredibly willing to put troops in harm's way. Square the circle? I mean, what's changed?
Israel is different than Gaza. And before October 7th, we had military personnel within Israel. And we have continued, that's been a relationship and partnership that goes, far back. In Gaza, the president committed to not putting troops on the ground there, which is why you saw what we did with J-lots. We continue to support and stand by Israel in their self-defense. I know there's a lot of parsing here, but the THAAD capability, while it is going to Israel, it is temporary. It is, temporary provision of air capabilities that they need should they face another attack like they did on October 1st. But that doesn't minimize, again, what we did in Gaza. We're incredibly proud of all the humanitarian, whether it be food, water, medical supplies that we were able to get in during that time. But more needs to be done, and it needs to be done quickly. And that is something that the Secretary continues to impress upon in all of his calls. In the back.
Hello, I'm Lorena Lenz with the Asahi Shimbun. Shifting over to the Indo-Pacific, on Monday, China conducted drills surrounding Taiwan, which alerted and alarmed the Taiwanese government. The Pentagon released a statement condemning these acts. That being said, my question is there any plans to change U.S. force posture in the region or to conduct additional operations in reaction to China's drills?
Thanks for the question. So no force posture changes to make today. It's something, in reference to what you mentioned, it's something that we monitored. And, as the White House noted last week, it is long-standing tradition for Taiwan's president to deliver remarks on October 10th. Again, we remain focused on the Indo-Pacific, but I just don't have any force posture changes to announce today. I will take a few more. I know there are some follow-ups, so one here, and then I'll come back here. Yeah.
Thank you, Sabrina. There's been some new reporting around the 2023 drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base.
Does the DoD have an idea of what objects it might have been?
Thanks so much for the question. So, specifically, Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems last year in December 2023. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate on any given day, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we, have kept our eye on, but don't have more to provide on that. Jen. Sure.
I wanted to follow up on.
Yeah, of course.
So why couldn't the Air Force shoot down these drones if they were coming towards the base, over the base, if they were surveilling, which it proved that when one went down on January 5th, it was found to have video surveilling a sensitive base. Why couldn't they shoot them down? The Air Force can shoot down Cessnas if they get close to sensitive facilities in Washington, New York.
So the commander, or any commander of any base, has the authority necessary to protect forces, to protect facilities, infrastructure, and capability there. So I'm not aware that they did not have any authority to shoot it down or to shoot anything down. I do know that with all of these incursions, given that it's, on U.S. soil, there is another level of coordination within the interagency that needs to take place. But the commander absolutely had his or her authorities to engage any systems that are a threat to the base.
Wouldn't surveillance or intelligence gathering be a threat to the base?
Yeah, again, Jen, this is something that, I know the department continues to analyze. I don't have any information, or I can't confirm what you're saying. All I can tell you is that, the Air Force Base did experience a number of incursions, and that, we have been looking into it. And if I have more to share, I certainly will.
Do you know where the drones were shot from?
I don't. Tara, and then Tara, one in the back, and then Charlie.
Back to the letter, understanding it's a private letter that was not intended to be released publicly. Did the Secretary coordinate this letter with the White House or notify the President or NSC that they were sending this to their Israeli counterparts?
Yeah, so without going into the interagency court on private correspondence, I think it's fair to say that there was an effort by the interagency here. You can see that with one of the co-signers being Secretary Blinken, but I'm just going to leave it at that.
But was the President notified, and was he supportive of this letter going out?
You'd have to ask the White House. I'm not going to get into more details on that. Yeah, in the back, and then I'll go to Charlie.
Thanks, Sabrina. Heads of German intelligence have reported an increase in Russian-backed sabotage and disinformation. There was one particular incident that was reported last week involving a package catching fire before being loaded on a cargo plane. There have also been reports of drones flying over critical infrastructure. Is the DoD aware of this? Is there some sort of increased cooperation with the German authorities regarding this? And other drones that were mentioned reportedly flying over military bases here being investigated in that context? And as a follow-up, what gave the impression that there was no hostile intent?
That's, in terms of the no hostile intent, that's our initial assessment. As I mentioned to Jen, who asked about this, while I don't have more to provide, it's something that we're continuing to do an assessment on. In terms of the reports that you're citing, I don't have anything to add to that. But what I can tell you is, we always work with our German counterparts, and as you know, we have forces that engage with our German counterparts at different times, whether it be in exercises or in diplomatic channels or military channels, and something that we keep an open line of communication on, but I just don't have anything to add on those reports that you mentioned. Charlie, to close us out.
You had mentioned the destroyers that were involved in the last large-scale Iranian attack. Do we ever get hard numbers for how many successful intercepts they got?
They shot down multiple ballistic missiles, but I don't have the hard numbers. I will be honest with you that if there is another attack, I just don't think we're going to broadcast how many we were able to shoot down successfully, but I can tell you it was multiple.
But there was a need that either the United States or Israel or both assessed that this is a significant step forward. You are symbolically and physically putting U.S. forces on Israeli soil, which is different than being at sea. So that need must have been so pressing. Was it because the attack was more successful? Or did they get to the military bases? Are the Israelis that concerned about a large-scale attack from Iran to put U.S. forces on Israeli soil.
The attack was almost twice as large as the attack that we saw on April 13th in terms of ballistic missiles that were used. So are we concerned? Yeah, of course we're concerned.
Scale or higher?
We don't know what a response could look like, but we're not going to also wait and find out. We're going to do things that we need to protect, whether it be U.S. forces or what you've seen us do before. We've taken force protection measures at our bases, moved DDGs closer to the in the Eastern Med to help defend Israel. I completely acknowledge that this is different and that you're putting a capability with people on land, but it is also a capability that is similar to what is on those DDGs, and it helps augment Israel's air defenses. So we don't know what a possible response could look like from Iran, but what this does is it helps bolster the air defenses should there be a response. It's one additional system to help engage. Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Hey everyone, it's me. I need just 2-3 minutes, so I'm almost back, and I'm gonna put the camera back up. But I will be back just give me a couple of minutes. I'm done eating. I'm just cleaning up. So give me a second. I'll be in like 2 minutes. Let me get the other camera back up for you. There we go. Okay. And then this should say Western border. All right, I am almost back. I'll be right in, I'm telling you. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Hang tight, I'll be there in a sec. Okay, we're back. Oops, you know what I didn't do? This doesn't have a thing around it. Why is that? Let me get my headphones on. Thanks for your patience. Hey, thanks to Richard Foley for the stickers, for your support. Thank you, Richard Foley. Thanks to you guys for being here. You know, there was a rocket alert when I was away. There was a rocket alert when I was eating. I think the IDF said that like Hezbollah fired 50 rockets or something. The IDF said, yes. So during the when I was eating, there was a rocket alert, and around 50 rockets were fired. Some of them were intercepted and fallen, and some fell, I guess. I got to check up on that. So I'll show you where that was, but that was this area right here. You can see on our, oh, hold on. Hang on a moment. Why is that thing up there? So you can see the rocket on the SOFAR alert map. Upper Galilee area, south of where the border camera is. But there were about 50 rockets shot in there. Now what's going on? Why am I missing a camera? I'm missing a camera. Why is that? Oh. Okay, that's right. That's right. And then here, okay. All right, it is 2:18 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time, 2:48 Iran time. There's a lot of cat noise. There's a bunch of cat noise we're hearing. I'm going to go over some of the updates from today. That is a tank or artillery, presumably, from the northern border area. TC1 Messenger said Israel said it would be a surprise, so it could be any second now. Yeah, when will Israel respond to Iran? It has been 2 weeks now. October 1st was the Iran missile attack on Israel. There have been a number of reports in different outlets, such as this one from the AP. Israel assures U.S. it won't strike Iranian nuclear or oil sites, U.S. officials say. Is that true? Will they really not strike those sites? We don't know. AP said the Biden administration believes it has won assurances from Israel that Israel will not hit Iranian nuclear or oil sites as it looks to strike back following Iran's missile barrage earlier this month. Two U.S. officials said Tuesday the administration also believes sending a THAAD defense battery to Israel and roughly 100 soldiers to operate it has eased some of Israel's concern about possible Iranian retaliation and general security issues. But the AP also said, however, the U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private diplomatic discussions cautioned that Israel's assurances are not ironclad and that circumstances could change. The officials also noted that Israel's track record on fulfilling pledges in the past is mixed and has often reflected domestic Israel politics that have upended Washington's expectations. So, is it true? Is Israel not going to attack nuclear or oil sites when it strikes back at Iran? I don't know. Also, John says, do you think it's possible Israel could implement a regime change in Iran? I think Israel would like a regime change in Iran. Israel is not sending masses of ground forces to Iran, so there's no way for Israel to forcibly implement a regime change. They might hope that some stuff they do can contribute to a regime change. Like, for example, some might think if it hurts the economy there, people might be less happy, even though the economy is pretty bad there as it is, from what I understand. Anyways, though, I'm sure they would like it, but that's not something they can do by force. Oh, what I was going to also mention again, in case you hadn't seen it. In case you haven't seen it, I wanted to mention the Pentagon statement on the THAAD system. Right here, from the Pentagon. Earlier today, the Pentagon press secretary said, yesterday, an advanced team of U.S. military personnel and initial components necessary to operate the THAAD battery arrived in Israel. Over the coming days, additional U.S. military personnel and THAAD battery components will continue to arrive in Israel. The battery will be fully operational, capable in the near future, but for operation security reasons, we will not discuss timelines. So if you think Israel is going to wait for the THAAD battery to become operative before they strike back at Iran, well, that could be a few days, it looks like, according to the Pentagon. JPAV thinks the Iranian people would love a regime change. Why wouldn't they wait for the THAAD battery? Maybe if there's maybe if they, for whatever reason, think that there's a better opportunity to do what they want now. Maybe they think Iran thinks they'll wait. I don't know what they're thinking of doing and what Iran's preparation level is. Paul thinks they won't do it until the election. Rodrigo Gonzalez Rubio says regime change would have to include not only the supreme leader, the religious leaders, but also the IRGC and army, a Maduro-style government, and they couldn't topple that either. Sea Turtle, I just literally read what you posted, just so you know. I read it like 2 minutes ago. It was in the article. The Watcher says maybe Israel will strike before THAAD is active. Air Fried Tofu thinks they are waiting for THAAD and all the troops to work it to be fully operational. Thank you, Zanti Misfit, who's wondering if Space Force is involved with this. Well, I think the U.S. There's no evidence the U.S. is going to have direct involvement in the Israeli response, and that it'll involve space. But I can't tell you exactly. I would be surprised if the Israeli response involved space in some unforeseen way, but who knows? I mean, clearly it involves space in the sense of like using satellites for navigation and all that stuff, but I don't think you're asking about that. Thank you so much, Zanti Misfit. But remember, this is Israel striking back at Iran. I don't anticipate the U.S. playing an overt role in the response. I don't even think the Space Force, they're not responsible for like the intelligence gathering from satellites generally, right? That's what I would think. So the actual website of Space Force says the Space Force organizes, trains, and equips personnel in order to protect U.S. and allied interests in space and to provide space capabilities to the joint forces. They manage launch operations at East and West Coast space launch deltas. These bases provide services, facilities, and range safety control to conduct DoD, NASA, and commercial space launches. Through the command and control of all Department of Defense satellite operators. So they operate the satellites. They're operating these satellites. I don't believe that they are the ones responsible for, say, interpreting the information from the satellites. Oh, is there a rocket alert now? I don't know that for sure, of course, though. There is a rocket alert. Where is this one at? It's south of our camera. Our camera is up here at Kiryat Shimona. The alert is down here at Dishon, according to the red alert map. Thank you, Sheep Animations, who says, did you hear about North Korea destroying their roads to South Korea border today? Yes. As I mentioned, that is widely seen by experts as a symbolic act. There is no analysis I've seen that suggests that there's a serious risk right now of North Korea, South Korea armed confrontation. Periodically, North Korea and South Korea get into these kind of posturing matches with each other. This one appears to be rooted in North Korea being upset over South Korea possibly sending some drones over the North Korean airspace. But again, nothing I have seen suggests that there is a serious risk beyond what the normal baseline risk of armed confrontation between North and South Korea right now. We talked about that. I really don't want to get sidetracked on that during this broadcast because we're not covering it, but I'll repeat a little of what I said earlier. You can see here from AP, North Korea blows up parts of inter-Korean road and rail links which were not being unused, in a symbolic display of anger. AP says in a symbolic display of anger, North Korea blew up the northern sections of unused road and rail routes that once linked it with South Korea, with the rivals exchanging threats days after the North claimed that the South flew drones over its capital, Pyongyang. The choreographed demolition underlines North Korea's growing anger against South Korea's conservative government. Observers say it is unlikely Kim will launch a preemptive large-scale attack on South Korea because of fear that an almost certain massive retaliation by the more superior forces of the U.S. and South Korea would threaten Pyongyang's survival. Oh, there was another rocket alert? A few rocket alerts in a similar area to the ones about an hour ago. Upper Galilee area, northwest of Safed. I do not have a camera in that area. That is the so far map. AP says, during a previous era of inter-Korean détente, a relaxing of terrorist tensions in the 2000s, the two Koreas reconnected two pairs of road and rail links across their heavily fortified border, but their operations were later suspended as the Koreas wrangled over North Korea's nuclear program and other issues. North Korea, says AP, has a history of staging the choreographed destruction of facilities on its own soil as a political message. North Korea has accused South Korea of infiltrating drones to drop propaganda leaflets over Pyongyang 3 times this month and threatened to respond with force if it happened again. Anyways, so yes, there are some tensions between North and South Korea. I don't see anything to suggest that there's a serious risk of armed conflict between the two at this point. Again, above whatever the normal baseline risk is. Thank you so much to Sheep Animations for your support. I really appreciate it. Sheep Animations. Thank you also, Marnie, for the gift membership. Mark Westbrook for the gift membership. Dolores Wilson for the gift membership. Thank you. Mark Westbrook for another with another one. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie Poteet for the gift membership. Mothra for the gift membership. Shadows 6530 for the gift membership. Thanks so much. I like to kind of, you know, just make sure we have a realistic view of these, of the various stories. There's a, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if you're aware of this. There's a tendency in some corners of social media in the internet to disasterize everything and portray every little thing as World War III, basically. To portray every single piece of news as a crisis and close to, meaning we're close to a huge war. Very often, that is not the case. So I like us to be realistic about these things and get a more balanced and realistic picture of these various things. The same way there was all the, alarmist is the word I was using. You know, when there was a fire today at a oil refinery in Iran, okay, it's a big country. Oh, I just saw an interceptor. I just saw an interceptor fly up. Hey, an interceptor just flew up. Look, guys, did you guys see that? We just saw an interceptor fly up right now. It just happened. It wasn't even right after a rocket alert. I mean, a few minutes ago. Wow. We heard it too. We heard it. It sounds like it shot down something. We just saw it right now. I'll replay it, but I wasn't expecting it. We just saw it. It's weird because normally that happens like right after a rocket alert, but this is several minutes. That sounds like maybe an interception right there. So, interesting. I can get, what I'll do is I'll get a replay of that without the cameras on it so you can see the full thing. That's what I'll do. So we need about 8:04 to 8:11. Let's try that. I'm gonna get that and play it for you. Wow. Anyways, I was just saying, earlier today there was a story that there was an oil refinery fire in Iran. Well, that doesn't mean that Israel destroyed an oil refinery or that Israel is attacking. It could just mean there's an oil refinery fire. And from the reports that I've seen, doesn't look like there was a giant airstrike there. And Iran is saying it was due to like a truck hitting something at an oil refinery. Is that true? I don't know, but there's no sign that Israel is attacking Iran right now. It is on, as Linda Golaher says, it is on fire. Well, it was on fire. I don't know if it still is. Let me play, I'm going to show you the replay of the interceptor going up. That was interesting. I need to find it, though. I have the replay. I just can't find where it is on. It is on this replay. I kind of just have to play it and hope to find it. Probably not looking. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. Watch this. I'm going to play this for you. Hey guys, check this out. I'm going to play you this replay of a few minutes ago. Oops. I'm going to play you this replay of what happened a couple minutes ago. Ready? Here we go. Okay, this is a replay from a couple minutes ago. There's your screen right there. Watch what happens. You're going to see the thing fly up. Oh, here comes the interceptor. Then it flew up there. Wow, look at that. Crazy. Then you'll hear this boom in a couple seconds. I think that's from that. I'll play it again for you. That, I think that boom was on the live camera, and I think that was either artillery or tank fire right there, I think. Let me just play this replay again of I'm playing a replay of the interceptor flying up. I'll have to check on reporting on this. Here comes the interceptor. You're going to see the interceptor in a second. See the interceptor go up? That was, again, about 5 minutes ago. And then shortly after that, we heard that sound of that right there. And then there was a couple booms after that, so, anyways. Layla B says, looked like a meteor. Let me see if I can find any reporting on what exactly happened there. Was it a rocket? Was it a drone? What happened there? It's very strange. Because the interceptor went up several minutes after the rocket alert. I haven't seen any Israeli reporting yet on what was going on. Thanks, by the way, to our new member Tinks. I really appreciate that. Thanks to Stuxoid for subscribing on Twitch, and WhoShotJR for your support on Twitch, and Sweetums for your support on Twitch. Thanks to Wall Street. I have a couple thank yous. I'm behind on my thank yous. Sorry, Wall Street. Thanks Wall Street for subscribing on Twitch, resubscribing, and Slim Fozzie. Thank you, Slim Fozzie, for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, thank you so much also. Is it Rafe or Ralph? Ralph Holzer. Thank you, Ralph. That's really nice of you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Ralph Holzer. Is it Ralph or Rafe? I'm trying to see. I think it's Ralph. Oh, according to Con News, according to Con News, the last rocket barrage a few minutes ago was around 5 rockets, and one of them hit the yard of a house in the city. Let me try to get more on that. Jay Dredd says big explosions in Safed 40 minutes ago. That was around 50 rockets were shot there into northern Israel. That was that one. The Times of Israel says, with the 50 rockets fired roughly an hour ago, there are, in that salvo, there is no immediate report of damage or injuries from that one. But Sea Turtle said, I'm hearing a building was hit in Safed. Maybe it was. Haaretz also says no injuries reported from the 50 rocket barrage toward northern Israel. The leader of the Israeli opposition, Yair Lapid, today told Jerusalem Post that Israel should attack Iran's oil fields. There are multiple reports, including some I've read you, that say Israel has told the U.S. it won't attack the oil fields or the nuclear facilities of Iran. Lapid said that he thinks Israel should strike it because it would harm Iran's economy. Regarding whether Israel should hit nuclear facilities, the Israeli opposition leader Lapid said that Israel shouldn't take it off the table, but it's a step best taken together with other forces like America in a coalition. Anyways, that's just some of what the Jerusalem Post was reporting. Jose Nunez thinks the oil fields are a big target. Oh, I just saw something else new. This is interesting. Couple things. I got a couple things for you. Reuters has some reporting. Israel's demining near Golan signals wider front against Hezbollah, sources say. In a sign, Israel may expand its ground operations against Hezbollah while bolstering its own defenses. Its troops have cleared landmines and established new barriers on the frontier between the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights and a demilitarized strip bordering Syria. Security sources and analysts said the move suggests Israel may seek to strike Hezbollah for the first time from further east along Lebanon's border, at the same time creating a secure area from which it can freely reconnoiter the armed group and prevent infiltration. This is interesting. So I'm going to show you on a map. So this right here is the Golan Heights, which much of the world considers occupied by Israel. Much of the world considers it illegally occupied by Israel. But I guess what we seem to be hearing in the story is that Israel may observe or attack Hamas from the Syrian border in here. Hold on, let me show you this. Make sure I'm getting this right. The move, again, its troops have cleared landmines and established new barriers on the frontier between the Golan Heights and a demilitarized strip bordering Syria. Military action involving raids from the Israeli-occupied Golan and possibly from the demilitarized zone that separates it from Syrian territory could widen the conflict pitting Israel against Hezbollah and its ally Hamas. By extending its front to the east, Israel could tighten its squeeze on Hezbollah's arms supply routes, some of which cut across Syria. Navar Saban, a conflict analyst who Reuters talked to, said operations in the Golan Heights by Israel, a 460 square mile plateau that also overlooks Lebanon and borders Jordan, appear to be an attempt to prepare the groundwork for a broader offensive in Lebanon. Israel's mine removal and engineering work have accelerated in recent weeks, according to a Syrian intelligence officer. Israeli tanks have at times briefly entered Syrian territory east of the UN-monitored buffer zone to lend security support to bulldozers, setting up what appeared to be a new security fence in the DMZ area. Most of the Golan Heights was seized by Israel from Syria in 1967. A Syrian soldier said Israel appeared to be creating a buffer zone in the DMZ. I wonder if I can get you a map showing this. Is this the buffer zone here? So there's northern Israel, and then there's the Golan Heights. We're talking about right in here, maybe? Doesn't really say there. Yes, I found it. I found it. I found a map of it, I think, right here on Wikipedia under United Nations Disengagement Observer Force. Right there. See, there's Syria, and there's the Golan Heights, and there's Israel, and there is this, supposed to be, I guess, a buffer zone in between them. That's from Wikipedia. So from what that article was saying in Reuters, Israel might be setting up more of a presence in this, what's supposed to be a buffer zone. You can find that map at United Nations Disengagement Observer Force. That is a peacekeeping mission tasked with maintaining the ceasefire between Israel and Syria in the aftermath of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. again, there are there are reports that Israel has been moving the fence, separating the DMZ towards the Syrian side of it, and digging more fortifications in the area. Anyways, I know that's kind of a complex story. And another soldier said Israel appeared to be creating a buffer zone in the DMZ. Oh, a Syrian soldier said Israel was pushing the fence separating the occupied Golan and the DMZ further out and erecting their own fortifications near Syria so there would not be any infiltration in the event this front flares up. The DMZ between the Golan Heights and Syria has been the home for the last 5 decades to the UN Disengagement Observer Force, mandated to oversee disengagement of Israeli and Syrian forces after a 1973 war. Interesting. Yes, it's like they're fortifying the border between coming in from Syria and also setting up more stuff in that demilitarized zone between them and Syria. Kind of, I'll have to keep an eye on that. It's an interesting report. Hey, thanks so much to Palm Tree for the gift membership. Thank you, Palm Tree. Shaf gave a bunch of people memberships. Thank you so much, Shaf. So nice of you. And Alf gave 10 memberships to our viewers. Thank you, Alf. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. USA Superpower says, will tonight be the time? I'm not seeing any reporting suggesting tonight will be the time, but you never know. You never know. It could just happen. I felt that says it's after 3 a.m. there, so I don't think it will happen tonight. Paul Anderson is modding too. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. Matt Kinney, our viewer, says, if Israel bombs oil fields causing an environmental calamity, they'll lose my support. Matt says the loading terminal on the sea would be just fine with him. Karg Island is an island off the coast of Iran, which has terminal facilities on, and over 90% of Iran's crude oil exports pass through that island. It's thought that might be a target, potentially. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden. You know, we haven't been checking, like, I haven't been looking at the Beirut camera so much, and I don't know, you know, when we used to look at the Beirut camera a lot more, blown up, we would see planes taking off and landing. MEA, Middle East Airlines, mostly, which is a Lebanese carrier. I don't know if they're still flying. Like tonight. I haven't looked. I gotta look and check it out. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now at departures for Beirut Airport, and I'm seeing planes that have taken off. Definitely. Oops. My headline's missing. This overkill says the Beirut camera moved earlier today. Oh, we did see that, maybe facing away from the airport. I mean, it is the middle of the night, too. I don't know how many planes are taking off and landing at 3 a.m. Thank you to Matthew Dawson for your support. Thank you, Matthew. I really appreciate that. From Canada. Gershon Wolf writes in and says, "We Israelis have always been in the Golan, even before it was called the Golan, even in biblical times. When Syria tried to take it, we defeated them. in a massive tank battle. All right, so that's what Gershon Wolf thinks. Now, on the other hand, Wikipedia, Israeli occupation of the Golan Heights, for example, says the Golan Heights are a rocky plateau in the Levant region of, if I'm pronouncing that right, of Western Asia that was captured by Israel from Syria in the 1967 Six-Day War. The international community, with the exception of Israel and the United States, considers the Golan Heights to be Syrian territory held by Israel under military occupation. The Golan was under military administration until the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, passed the Golan Heights Law in 1981, which applied Israeli law to the territory, a move that has been described as an annexation. In response, the UN Security Council unanimously passed UNSC Resolution 497, which condemned the Israeli actions to change the status of the territory, declaring them null and void and without international legal effect, and that the Golan remained an occupied territory. In 2019, the U.S. became the only state besides Israel to recognize the Golan Heights as Israel's sovereign territory, while the rest of the international community continues to consider the territory Syrian held under Israeli military occupation. Anyways, you can find the sources for all those on the Wikipedia article that lists the different sources for those different claims. Golan Heights is in here. Ooh, I have a nice map of the Golan Heights here also. Look at this, from Congressional Resource Service. So you can see there's Israel here, northern Israel, Lebanon here. There's Syria there, and there's the Golan Heights. This is Lake Tiberias is another name for the Sea of Galilee. And there's the Golan Heights, and then right in there is the UN Disengagement Observer Force zone. Oh, the DMZ is in here. Now I'm confused. Oh, that's from 1949 to 1967. Now that was DMZ from 1949 to 1967. But this is a zone where controlled by UN peacekeeping forces, the gray zone there. So this comes up during our streams. When you hear like Upper Galilee, it'll be like up here, I believe. But that's Golan, and that's the UN demilitarized zone between Syria and Israeli, what most of the world considers Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. And then you can see from this U.S. Congressional Resource Service report, it says, UN Security Council resolution adopted on December 17, 1981, held that the area of the Golan Heights controlled by Israel's military is occupied territory belonging to Syria. So now when you hear Golan Heights, if you didn't know, you can know where it is. Chris the Toffee says there's a Middle East Airlines plane about to land. Interesting. You're right. If we make this camera big, I don't think we can see the airport. Can we not see the airport in this camera? I think the camera might be turned away from the airport there. It's landing in Beirut. Looks like it's about to land at Beirut Airport, I think. That's from Middle East Airlines, Copenhagen to Beirut. It's the only airline flying commercially in Lebanon is Lebanese airline, Middle East Airlines. That's on Flight Radar 24. Thanks so much to Jesse Johnson. Thank you, Jesse, for your support. Thanks to our new members, Laura Nolan. Hey, Laura, thank you. TLR. Mylene OO. Thank you. Just Josh, I don't have an exact geolocation of the border camera. I don't know, I can't go on the map and give you the exact location of the border camera. It's in Kiryat Shimona, from my understanding, but I don't have an exact location. Michael Lazon said he saw some lights go off on the Beirut camera. You know, when we had it full screen a few days ago, we would pretty regularly see lights go off and on. I don't know exactly why, but we would see that. Thank you, Michael. Somebody, I have to turn it down for a second. Somebody playing music in their car there. Got to wait till the car goes away. Loud music. Loud car music. That's better. Scoobert, our viewers, Scoobert thinks, I just get the feeling all hell is going to break loose in the next few days. Matt Cherrier thinks it's next 3 weeks. Thank you to Hamelins. I appreciate that, Hamelins, from Canada, for your support. I will certainly keep you posted on any kind of big developments. Israel certainly is expected to respond to Iran. We do not know when that's going to happen. I have not heard as many reports of airstrikes the last few days. Well, in the Beirut area, there's been none since last Thursday. But even in the rest of the country, I mean, there have been some, but I'm checking, Lebanese media, not seeing, while we're on the air, not seeing that many reports of airstrikes. Ronald Simpson says, I guess they are hunting for locations. Metanoia Mind thinks IDF not striking a lot, saving resources for a massive hit. Something else that's clearly been going on is ground operations. Obviously, that's happening, and we don't see those. We hear sometimes on these cameras, obviously, things going on in northern Israel and in the southern part of Lebanon across the border. But we don't really know the extent of all that. As I mentioned before, Khan News claims that the Israeli political leadership has decided which targets to attack in Iran. But they say that those targets could change at the last minute. Khan News says an Israeli source told them it's just a matter of time till Israel does it. Faytux News originally found this report. Thanks, Faytux. Zap thinks after the election or even after the inauguration. That's so long. I mean, it's so long away. At a certain point, one of our viewers says the longer it gets, if it gets too long, it seems less like a response and more like an attack. Air-fried tofu thinks that's too late. Thank you, Howells420 on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks also Shizubi for the bits on Twitch. That's so nice of you. Thanks Shizubi for the celebrations as well. So much appreciated, Shizubi. Thank you. Also, Kepu like Kepi. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Ooh, wow. That was loud. Thanks, Kepu like Kepi, for your support on Twitch. Thanks also Flopzor for subscribing on Twitch. Falcon Depp for subscribing. Stuckzoid for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Alexandra says, I wasn't ready for that one. We haven't heard that much, nearly as much noise tonight on this camera as some nights. John Turpin says, how is Karg Island fortified? What would be around it defense-wise? I don't know, but Israel would not be attacking Karg Island, presumably, by invading it. That's an island off the coast of Iran. I would assume that if Israel was going to hit Karg Island, which is a major oil terminal island, which most of the Iranian crude oil exports pass through, I'm assuming if they were going to hit it, they would hit it with airstrikes or whatever. I mean, I guess there's a world in which they use special forces or something, but I can't. I mean, Israel is not sending some kind of large military force to Iran. So I would assume if they were to attack Karg Island, they would, launch strikes to, say, knock out the facilities or whatever. That'd be my assumption. But again, multiple U.S. outlets claiming that Netanyahu told Biden that he's not going to go after oil or nuclear facilities. There is Iran here. Karg Island is right here. Uh-oh, what happened? Where'd it go? There, right there. Karg Island. It's got an airstrip, it's got a bunch of tanks, got ports. Hearing some more booms in the background. I need about 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute, guys. All right, just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We'll continue. hearing some more of the explosions. Did I have a typo up there? Ooh! It said Steve will knee back in 1 minute. Oops. There was a typo. I didn't even see it. Sorry about the typo. No, the Pentagon is not live. We already watched their update. By the way, some viewers have been have mentioned this story to me. We haven't talked about it. I just want to talk about it a little bit. It's not really related to this, but I did want to mention it. So, the Wall Street Journal had a story. I think it was about a week ago. Yeah, the headline of the Wall Street Journal story was "Mystery Drones Swarmed a U.S. Military Base for 17 Days. The Pentagon is Stumped. U.S. officials don't know who is behind the drones that have flown unhindered over sensitive national security sites or how to stop them." So that was a few days ago. I'll post, you can go to the Wall Street Journal. It's a paywalled article, so that the Wall Street Journal has. You can look it up if you want. But the War Zone actually had published something about this story back in March. The War Zone. And the headline of that was "Mysterious Drones Swarmed Langley Air Force Base for Weeks." The unidentified drones were such an issue that assets were called in from around the government, including a NASA high-altitude jet. So if you want to read the story, I'll post a link to it in the chat. It's from this site called The War Zone, which it's a good military news site. I'll post a link to that. That's the original. I don't know if it's the original, but it was months earlier. And so that's what the headline is at the War Zone. Mysterious drones swarmed Langley Air Force Base for weeks. That's the story from March. I just posted a link in the chat for you. You can go read the whole thing. But just to let you know a little bit of this, they say throughout December, there were waves of mysterious drone incursions. They were so troubling and persistent they prompted bringing in advanced assets from around the U.S. government. Now the U.S. Air Force has confirmed to us they did incur and provided details on the time frame and diversity of drones involved. The spate of bizarre drone incursions deeply underscores the still growing threats that drones present on and off of traditional battlefields. And in a statement that the Air Force Base gave to the war zone, they said that the installation first observed drone activities the evening of December 6, 2023, and experienced multiple incursions throughout the month of December. The number of them fluctuated and they ranged in size and configuration. None of the incursions appeared to exhibit a hostile intent, but anything flying in our restrictive airspace can pose a threat to flight safety. Anyways, I'll post the link again if you want to read that article. But then the Wall Street Journal posted an article on it. And again, it's a paywalled article. I was reading it last week, or a couple days ago. But the Wall Street Journal article headline was "Mystery Drones Swarmed a U.S. Military Base for 17 Days. The Pentagon is Stumped." And the Wall Street Journal said, over 17 days, drones arrived at dusk at Langley Air Force Base, flew off, and circled back. I'll post a link to the Wall Street Journal article. If you want to go look at it, you can. Again, it's a paywalled article, but I'll post a link to it. It's interesting. Some of our viewers had mentioned the story. Yeah, I'll be covering the election when it happens. Hey, thanks so much to Dennis, the one and only me, who saw a rocket. I'll have to check the time code, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. Hey, also thank you. Lord Cog gave 20 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Wow, that is really generous of Lord Cog. Thank you, Lord Cog. So nice of you. Thanks to Peace to You for your support. Actually, thanks to Peace to You for your support. Really appreciate it. Correction, Lord Cog gave 30 people memberships. Whoa. Thank you so much, Lord Cog. That is really kind of you. Make sure you thank Lord Cog if he gave you a membership. Thank you, Beirut U.S. Navy veteran. Thanks for being a member, and thank you for your service. Thank you, Jaybird, for your support. Thanks also to Sweetums. Thanks so much, Sweetums, over there on Twitch, and Howie is 420. Thanks to you for your support on Twitch. And Who Shot JR. And wow, Marty Hagwood just gave 50 people memberships. A lot of people are being very generous in giving people memberships today. Marty Hagwood just gave 50 of you memberships. Make sure you thank Marty if you just got a membership from Marty. And Mr. Siebert gave 10 people memberships right now in the chat. Wow, thank you, Mr. Siebert. Really nice of you. So generous of everybody. Lots of new members, which is fun. So thank you for the gift memberships. Lord Cog, Marty Hagwood, and Mr. Siebert. And the mods can tell you in YouTube, you have to enable receiving gift memberships on your account to have a chance of getting one. So the mods can tell you how to do that. There's something you need to do to enable it on your account. On your YouTube account. The mods are posting about it right now. Thank you again. That's really nice of you. Gershon Wolf disagrees with the Wikipedia account of the Golan Heights, which again is quoted from other sources. I'm not going to get all into a debate about the Golan Heights now, but I wanted to register that Gershon disagrees with it. Another, obviously, some artillery or tank fire right there. KiwiNZ, our viewer, says, I think Israel is concerned whether their defense systems might not work too well for a massive missile or drone response by Iran, so they are waiting for the THAAD system to be fully operational. Daniel Lombard says, why do we telecast what is set up and not set up? The Pentagon shouldn't be saying anything that the enemies could capitalize on. I understand what you're saying. You're saying, why do they even talk about the THAAD system? Well, My guess is that there's also politics involved and not just pure military matters. Not just politics, but let me say this, it's also deterrence. There's deterrence. So, you know, the U.S. announcing it's sending a THAAD system to Israel is a way of telling Iran, hey, we're backing the U.S. to maybe deter Iran from a big response. But also, maybe it's a way of, you know, letting Israel supporters know that the U.S. stands behind Israel. At the same time, you had this announcement, and then you had a bunch of articles come out with leaked information from U.S. officials claiming that Netanyahu told Biden he's not going to attack the nuclear facilities and oil facilities. And a couple of the articles said that kind of in exchange for that, the THAAD system was given. So maybe it's a way of suggesting that the Biden administration is doing its best to tamp things down. You know, there's just various reasons you might want to have this information publicized. It's not just about purely military advantage for that particular episode. So it's a fair question, but there are other things you might gain by having that information be made public. By the way, Corn Dog gave 10 people memberships. More memberships. Thank you, Corn Dog, for the memberships in the YouTube chat. So nice of you. Thanks, Lord Cog, for your message again. And in the memberships, of course, and Dale G, our member, thank you. Also, Captain Janks gave 5 people memberships. Wow, thanks, Captain Janks. Much appreciated. Thank you also, L. Kernish, for being a member. I told somebody I was going to look up, I forgot. Somebody had mentioned a time code of a something or other. Of a supposed flash or something. Now this is happening. I can't remember the flash time code that someone sent to me. I'm sorry. Oh, Drunken Beardman says 3:37:34. I'll look it up. Oh yeah, it's an, you know, I think that might be a bug or something. This thing here. Hold on, I'll show you. Look on the left side of your screen. We see this happen once in a while. Look over here. Oh, I'm sorry, over here on the west border camera. I think that might be a bug. I think that's a bird or a fly or something. This thing right here, that looks like just something flying across. If that's what you were talking about, maybe somebody was talking about something else. Thanks, Palm Tree. THAAD is supposed to be up and running in the coming days. We don't know exactly when. The Pentagon says the coming days. Soon, in the coming days. Thank you, Macro Geek gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, Macro Geek. So nice of you. And also Teacher Jennifer C. It's very kind of you. Thank you. One of our viewers said they're not getting YouTube notifications. Well, what you should do is sign up to whatever platform you watch on. You should sign up to our notification system. We have our own notifications. They work awesome. It's free. They're really reliable. I would sign up to those. Those are the Discord notifications. The mods will post a link in the chat right now to sign up. You can also sign up. The notifications link is also in our description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Sign up to those notifications, our own ones. Those work the best. But if you are watching on YouTube, you need to make sure you have the notifications bell clicked and all turned on. It's kind of strange, but on YouTube, if you want to get the YouTube notifications, you need to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. But I would sign up for our own ones that we do ourselves. Those work the best. Prep Mom says Discord notifications are reliable. Thank you, Sweetums, for the bits. So nice of you, Sweetums. Thank you. And thanks, I Am Fatness, our new member. Thank you. Lord Cog says it says unable to accept invite. Ask the mods about that. The mods can maybe give you the Discord help email. You can ask them about it. We do have a help email for that. Sticks and Stones just gave 10 people memberships in the chat. Wow, so nice of you. Thank you, Sticks and Stones. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. Also, Jesse James gave a membership in the chat. Thanks, Jesse. The mods will post the Discord link again. And if you have issues with the Discord notifications or the Discord, there is a help email we have that you can write to and get help. Mods, do you have that? The Discord help email thing? AFTV Fans Discord. That's what it is. Posted it. We haven't even heard that many planes tonight. We haven't really been hearing helicopters. Some nights we hear all these helicopters at this border camera. We've barely heard any. We heard some gunfire at the beginning of the night, but really haven't heard much at all. More planes now. I assume these are launches firing into Lebanon at Hezbollah-related targets. Robbie Wilkins gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, Robbie Wilkins. So nice of you. I really appreciate that. Palm Tree gave a gift membership. Thank you, Palm Tree. Jesse James. Did I mention Jesse James? Well, thanks again, Jesse James, if I didn't. I don't think I did, again. Jesse James gave a gift membership. Sticks and Stones gave 10 gift memberships. Wow. I don't think I thanked Sticks and Stones yet. Thank you, Sticks and Stones. So nice of you. Thank you, Tammy D. That's really nice of you, Tammy D. Thank you also, Nikos Kostianis. I don't think it's been that active today, Nikos, that I can tell, but also from what I've been reading. Who knows, though? Who knows what's going on in the ground in southern Lebanon? You don't know. Thank you, Nikos. Thank you to our new member, Warren Tinsley. Thank you, Warren. Nikos gave 5 people memberships too. Wow, more memberships. Nico Kostianis. Thank you, Nikos. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse Johnson. Do I see the U.S. getting more involved, and by how much? I think the question is, the worry for the U.S., what the Biden administration has been worried about, is that there'll be some kind of regional war that the U.S. feels it needs to get involved in. So the Biden administration is trying to keep down the chances of an escalation to a regional war that the U.S. will have a hard time avoiding staying out of. So just depends on where it all goes. This is why the Biden administration is trying to discourage the Israelis from launching a bigger attack on Iran, and why President Biden doesn't want Israel going after the nuclear and the oil facilities. That's been the theme. It's been a major theme of U.S. diplomacy over the last year, is not wanting things in the Middle East to escalate. So that continues to be their emphasis. Thanks so much, Jesse. If Israel, for example, were to attack Iran, and then Iran would respond by attacking other Gulf countries and threatening the oil supply, maybe the U.S. would feel like it's got to get way more involved then, So who knows? But certainly the Biden administration is hoping to avoid escalation. And thank you, Jesse James, for your support. Thanks, Jesse. Much appreciated. Hearing more of those things now. More active on this border camera at like 4 in the morning. There's an interesting thing that Reuters wrote about today in this article. Mass displacement in Lebanon war revives specter of sectarian strife. They say. By the way, thanks to Coffee is Win, our new member. Thank you. Also, Maisie H. Hey, that's so nice of you, Maisie H. Thank you, Maisie H, for your support. Thank you, Jesse's Girl, for the gift membership, another gift membership. Lord Cog gave another 10 gift memberships. Wow. So generous of you, Lord Cog. Thank you. Also, Robin, thank you for the gift membership. In this Reuters article, Reuters says, Lebanon's population is a mosaic of more than a dozen religious sects, with political representation divided along sectarian lines. Religious divisions fueled the ferocity of a brutal 1975 to 1990 civil war, which left some 150,000 people dead and drew in neighboring states. Reuters spoke to more than a dozen lawmakers, politicians, residents, and analysts who said Israel's military offensive across Shiite-majority areas of Lebanon, which has displaced more than 1 million people into Sunni and Christian areas, has brought sectarian tensions to the fore, posing a threat to Lebanon's stability. The antipathy is being fueled by repeated Israeli attacks on buildings housing displaced families, giving rise to concerns that hosting them can make you a target, the sources said. Lebanese militias linked to religious groups fought a 15-year civil war from 1975 to 1990. For some people in Lebanon, says Reuters, the mass displacement and demographic tensions have brought back unwelcome memories of state breakdown and mass squatting that took place during Lebanon's civil war. Thanks also to Gerald White. Thank you so much, Gerald, for the gift membership. Thank you, Gerald. And Nikos Kostianis gave 5 more memberships. Wow. So many new members tonight in YouTube, thanks to our viewers. Thanks, Nikos. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. And thanks, Sweetums, also for all your support on Twitch. I appreciate that. I don't know, yeah, I mean, who knows when Israel will respond to Iran. We did a poll earlier, and so, I think only a third of you think it's going to be this week. Some of you think it'll be before the election, and some of you think it might be after the election. Seems like there's got, from what I understand, people in Iran and Israel generally want there to be some response. So, I mean, a month from now seems like a long time, but who knows? Who knows? It's, I mean, the election is 3 weeks from now. My point is, I'm guessing there's some domestic political pressure in Israel to do something sooner rather than later. Rex Nelson says, I think THAAD has already arrived. It could be this week. Well, THAAD is not completely arrived. It's not completely set up. It's partially there, according to the Pentagon. Farouk thinks the response loses value the longer they wait. Iran is using this extended time to harden defenses. Barry Barami thinks soon after Thursday. Protagonist says, is it like before? Part of the torture is waiting for it to happen. Thank you, Hawkeye Guy, for watching. CPV says, I am surprised we have not seen a response already. In April, it was 6 days. We are now at 2 weeks. Thanks to our new member, R.A. Clark. Robert Mack says, I wish everyone could just get along. Lauren Wade says, I wish our troops weren't over there. Well, there's 100 going over there roughly to run the THAAD system. I think we may be getting close to that time, guys. You know that? I think we may be getting close to that time. That's what it feels like to me. Some people are saying no. Yoav says it's that time of the night. Look, you know, if there's big news later, I can just come on and do another live stream. So, I will be looking out for it. Not available says, what's the response to the response to the response? Yeah, I don't know how many iterations this will go for. Thank you, Michael Donahue. That's so nice of you, Michael. Really appreciate that, the comment and your support. Thank you. Michael Donahue, thanks. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it might be the right time. It might be the right time to start wrapping up this stream. You never know when we come on the air what's going to happen, you know? Here's a boom. Anyways, I'll start wrapping it up. I'll start kind of wrapping things up, and if something big happens, I can stay on. But again, we can always do another stream. But if you like the channel, subscribe and follow. Agenda Free TV. We do cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. We will be covering the election. I'm sure we'll have more election-related coverage. And if there's other big developments, we'll come on and cover them too. And other things. But I really appreciate you tuning in today. Thank you for joining me for our coverage today. Thanks for sending me news updates and letting me read your comments on the air and posting in the chat. Appreciate that. I will also post updates on my X account, at Lookner. That's where I post when we're not live. So follow me there for news updates. If I can get it on the screen here, at Lookner. I'll post the link in the chat. And turn on notifications. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. It'll send you a notification whenever we go live. A lot of times we come on the air, I don't know when we're going on the air. It's just some big news happens and I rush on the air. So our notifications system is free. We set it up. It works great. It's really reliable. It's done through Discord. Sign up to that. The mods will post the link to it. It's free. And you can find the link in the description of this video as well on YouTube and Facebook. Let's shout out our moderators. Give it up for them. They are the ones who allow our chats to exist and be respectful and civil, and they are an essential part of the channel. So I really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here. Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, Sabrina, Sarah 55, all of our Roberts May Queen, all of our moderators who've been over there on YouTube, thank you. Margaret Riley on Facebook, Beth Shepard, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Kay Lowry Body. Did I say Margaret Riley? I'm saying it now if I didn't before. Thanks to all of our Facebook moderators. Thank you so much. Our Twitch moderators as well. Surly Dev and David Green and all of our other Twitch moderators who've been there. And Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you so much. Moderators, I really appreciate you. Thank you. And speaking of thanking people, I owe a thanks to LV Beasy, who subscribed on Twitch, and Julie, our new member on YouTube. Givens Empah, our member, thank you. And everybody who donated, so nice of you guys. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. You were the ones who let the channel exist and let me buy footage and stuff, and so that's thanks to you. So really, really kind of you. Thanks to all the gift memberships and gift subscriptions and all of your support for the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks. Thank you so much for, again, supporting the channel, letting it exist. Thank you. And we do, by the way, have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on our Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check that out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Same link. Check out the Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord moderators as well. Therapist Cafe thinks Israel will go after the ballistic missiles first. You can also follow for updates about when we're going live and channel scheduling updates and updates about the channel, Agenda Free TV on X. I post updates about the channel, and I post there when we're going to go live. Agenda Free TV on X. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I also want to thank our Twitch subscribers for subscribing and supporting the channel over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Like Xenia Alice, Shaggy, Wall Street, LV Beasy, Howells, Nanok Q, Delta Function X, Graybeard Games, Bearded Seveth, Integrity Farmer Bob, C50 Pack, Tater Mom, Ace High, all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks for subscribing over there. Very much appreciated. Our Facebook subscribers, like thank you, like Eve Richards, Lou Green, Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard. Thanks to all this, Iva Lynn Berry Speedell, Michael Clayton, all of our Facebook subscribers. Diane Allworth, thank you, Facebook subscribers. And our YouTube members, we have so many new members tonight because of all of the gift memberships. It's so nice of you. Shout out to our new members and all of our members, like Jay Bird, Evelyn in Maine, B. Alligator, Gary BB, Eric Johnson, Palm Tree, Patricia Grace, Michelle M., Mystical, Warren Tinsley, Carltonberg, Marissa Pugliese, Jens Crunchy Vax, Dillamond, Wendy Lance, Apple Tree, Ministry of Fear, Marty Hagwood, Jas D, Beep Beep, Toby Network, Mort Metzger, Mothra, Givens, Empa, Reary Patton, LW Alf. Thanks, members. Pebble Girl, Degentrified, the one and only Jas D, Maisie H, Joe Hart, Canadian Media, and all of our viewers, other viewers too. Our member Lisa Sutz, Lala B, Michael Lowry, Patrick Ryan, Ann Bowman. Thanks for watching. Maxie Puig. All of our other viewers and chatters. Really appreciate you watching the channel. PL Juan Cantero, thanks for watching. All right, guys. So again, if there's big developments after I get off the air, I'll come back on and do a stream. If there's some other big story, I can cover it. Thank you, Maple Tinkerer, our new member, by the way. Thanks, Maple Tinkerer. I appreciate that. But for now, I think it's time to wrap up this edition of our coverage. All right. So again, thank you for joining us. More coverage of the Middle East soon and other news soon. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.